All right. Okay, ready? Amy, ready? Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much. We apologize for being tardy. We were in closed session discussing very important issues. We do not have anything to report, though, out of closed session at this time, but we did get a lot accomplished. Next item on the agenda is roll call. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Amara.
Present.
Berlant.
Here.
Holmes.
Here.
Riddell Harris. Here. Mayor Dowden Calvillo.
Present. Let the record show we do have a quorum for the purposes of tonight's meeting. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Riddell Harris, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic one nation under God, indivisible.
Thank you very much. All right, we've got a couple of items on our mayor's commendations, proclamations, and acknowledgements. The first is Forget Me Not Week. And I think we have Donna Ars. Are you here in the audience? If you'll meet me over here at the podium. All right, we'll just have you come right over here. All right, and I'm going to read this. Oh, hello there. You're a nice
That's
service dog. Hi, Boston. You're working. Otherwise, I'll give you a little pet. Mhm. All right. Whereas the Forgotten Soldier Program is hosting a fundraiser event, Forget Me Not, June 24th, to recognize and support all veterans and first responders. And the proceeds of this event will aid all veterans and first responders in mental health, PTSD, and PTSI, which are the results that have happened when involved in a traumatic event. And the Forgotten Soldier Program is a nonprofit located at 991 Lincoln Way, Auburn, California. Established in 2010 in the heart of downtown, the event is being held at the Armed Forces Pavilion and Community Garden adjacent to the main office. And the program provides integrative healthcare services open to all veterans of all branches and their families at no cost. FSP established an added Placer Reset program for first responders and their family members in 2022. The services include whole body health, physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual care. These programs for veterans and first responders help bring families back together and restore quality of life, allowing the individual to reset, restore, and renew themselves. And since the initiation of the Veterans Program, they have helped over 22,000 veterans. Since the start of Placer Reset for first responders, they've helped over 186 first responders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Alice Dowden Calvillo, Mayor of the City of Auburn, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim the week of June 18th through the 24th as Forget Me Not Week and encourage all residents of the community to contribute to the success of this program. So I'd like to give this to you. This is our formally signed proclamation. And thank you so much for your very hard work.
And can you introduce?
Yes.
So Beta Hart, paramedic, Travis Air Force Base.
Yeah, why don't you come on
Okay.
over here? So why don't you go ahead and introduce them?
So Beta Hart, Air Force, paramedic, and this is his service dog, Boston. Jeremy Duckham, retired police officer, and they're both on our advisory board and help with the program. And we thank them for their service and everything they've done for us in the community.
Yes, thank you very much. So now I can shake his hand.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mayor.
very much. Thanks so much. Can I give him a?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we have one more for the Auburn Recreation District. Is Taylor, the guy's in. Now, where's your dog?
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Just kidding.
No. All right. This is a fun one. They're all fun. Auburn Recreation District's 75th anniversary. Whereas for 75 years, the Auburn Area Recreation and Park District has provided exceptional parks and recreation services for the greater Auburn area, enriching the lives, health, and happiness of the community. And since 1948, ARD has provided a wide spectrum of parks and facilities for both residents and guests, highlighted by the Recreation Park, the original park gifted to the community in 1905 and incorporated by ARD upon its creation. ARD also provides such iconic facilities as Regional Park, Meadow Vista Park, Overlook Park, Sierra Pool, the Auburn Dog Park, and the Auburn Bike Park, all community favorites and home to countless moments of happiness, love, and self-improvement. We got a skate park in there too. Can't forget that. I'm announcing it because I didn't forget, Miss Cheryl. ARD has provided a plethora of programs, leagues, camps, lessons, and events highlighted by summer day camps, the Youth Development Basketball League, the Auburn Robolos, and the Auburn Mermaids, my daughter's team, aquatic teams, the Auburn Harvest Festival, and the Ain't Necessarily Dead Festival. And ARD serves over 45,000 residents with 25 dedicated full-time staff and up to 70 more part-time and seasonal staff, all working under the direction of an independently elected and steadfast board of directors. Now, therefore, I, Alice Dowden Calvillo, Mayor of Auburn, on behalf of the City Council, would like to congratulate and commend Auburn Recreation District for its contributions to the entire Auburn area on the occasion of its 75th anniversary. And I'm sure you're going to be talking about the big party that you have on Saturday that I will be attending and speaking at. So congratulations to you both. Thank you so much. And I will give you, this is your commendation. And then I invite you to the mic to say a few words. So.
Being on the boards with the parks has been such a joy. But I must say that the reason that the parks are so fabulous is because of Kale. Kale is the glue that pulls this all together, it makes the programs happen. So I think this man is pretty special and he deserves a lot of accolades for this party. So, okay, I'm sitting. Yes.
I'm just here to hopefully everybody can come out Saturday to our event. It's free to attend. Almost everything there is free. You do have to pay for your own food and drink, but everything else is free. So you can't beat the price. It's over at Recreation Park this Saturday. Jeez. And the main event starts at 5, but there's stuff going on all day. I have flyers right here. You can go to our website also, but really, it's going to be a lot of fun. Come on out. Can't beat it.
Thank you so very much. And a final comment, actually, a final acknowledgement by your mayor is I wanted to announce that Joan, our interim city manager, today is her last day with the city of Auburn. And she's been with us since December, you know the date, the 6th. We had her working with John before he left. And it's been, we really do appreciate, Joan, your service to the city. You really assisted us at a very difficult time with transitions and so much going on. And we truly do appreciate all that you've done for us. The city council does have a gift for you. And as I mentioned to you, you and I will be having lunch and I will be presenting it to you at that time. So because time is of essence, that's of it. But we do want to be able to acknowledge you for your service. And we are very, very appreciative. And thank you so much for working with our new city manager, Sean, who is here at the table, taking his new role. And they've been working very closely with the transition. And that's really made it very nice. I'm sure, Sean, that's been a treat to be able to work again with Joan, because this is not an odd situation.
Yeah, second time working with Joan, so it's been great, really good.
And we appreciate just, because now you're going to hit the ground running 100% because you've been able to work with us and work with
Yep.
Joan. So thank you so very much, Joan. Let's give Joan, oh yes, do you want to say, look, give her.
I'll just take a second. Thank you so much for your comments. And I just wanted to say it's been my pleasure to work with you. I did come in at a somewhat challenging time for the city, and I think we've made our way through that fairly well. But it has been a pleasure, and thank you so much for the support that you've given me and for the staff and the community that has worked with me on a variety of things. I've appreciated that very much. So thank you. And I think this is maybe the last time that Sean and I will transition. But thank
Yes,
you so
that's
much.
good. Thank you, Joan. It's nice when we're able to just kind of smoothly transition like that. So thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. And unless there's objection from my colleagues on the council, I'd like to respectfully ask that we move item number 22 before the budget. That's the sister city with Chamonix, France. I think we have some folks that want to talk to that before we start getting into the budget. So hearing no objection to just moving the order of that item number 22 before 21, that shall be the order for the agenda. Are there any other comments on the agenda or concerns with the agenda? All right, without objection, then we will consider the agenda adopted as amended. All right, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. And Sean, I understand we have some items that we're going to be removing.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, so we're gonna be removing, item 5, 6, 10, and 17.
Okay.
So 5, 6, and 10 are being removed because we need to work more closely with our legal counsel, get those wrapped up. Item 17 is being removed because we're looking at other alternatives, which include potentially terminating the contract by the end of the week.
Okay, so that is an option that you will be considering as
Yes.
a termination by the end of the week. All right, council, any questions or any additional comments on the consent agenda? Is there any desire to pull any items off? Those are just being continued, the ones, okay. Yes. Councilman Holmes would like to pull item 11. Okay. Any other comments or concerns? Any public comment on the consent agenda as amended? Hearing none, I'll consider a motion to approve as amended.
I move we approve the consent agenda as amended.
I'll second. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Amar?
Yes.
Berland?
Aye.
Holmes? Riddell Harris? Aye. Mayor Dom Calvillo?
Aye. Let the record show that the consent agenda has been adopted as amended. All right, item number 11, the acceptance of, the acceptance and use of a $650,000 Green Means Go grant. Councilman Holmes, do you have specific questions on that item? Jonathan is here to answer them for you.
Yes, when I read this, it looks like this has to do with the city administering the Placer County domes. And I'm wondering where that situation is, that the city would take over that area.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Councilmember Holmes. In response to that question, the city's working with the county to visualize the reuse of that site. It's no secret that the county's been slowly migrating their offices out and building new facilities. So at some point in the future, what that site looks like and what the highest and best use of that site would be is what we're starting to lay the foundation for. It's in close proximity to a transit hub right there, which create some tolerance for reductions in parking standards and other things like that. We would like to propose a higher density residential development there that would then, play off of that transit hub, as well as provide value to the community in a mixed use scenario, also with some commercial mixed in. But we don't know what that looks like. This is just the initial phase. So
Yeah, you're directing that a master plan be created for the purposes of that, for that 17.5 acre site. And it would include the, increasing the density from 15 dwellings to 20 dwellings per acre. And allowing apartments, condos, ADUs, townhouses, and commercial with some boutique manufacturing possibilities. So they'll be working on that master plan with those grant monies that have been provided via SACOG.
Yeah, but my question is whether the county knows that.
Yes. Yes, so we,
And has the county agreed that that's going to be the outcome?
So we talked to Shauna Purvines, and she has recently referred me to Chris Hall, who's the planning director, who'll be part of the steering committee for this operation. on
and
behalf of the
also, Mr. Holmes, Councilwoman Riddell Harris and I, and Joan as our interim city manager, have been meeting with the chairman and Supervisor Gustafson and their CEO. And we have talked about this as well. The city is the recipient of the $650,000 Green Means Go grant and the intention. And we have mentioned this to them, and it's on our agenda, I believe, on Tuesday, whenever we're meeting with them, Wednesday or Tuesday as well. So they are aware of what the thoughts are.
Jonathan, there'd also be the opportunity during this process to have public comment and have the community have input on this as well.
If anybody would like.
It'll go through all those funds, yes.
Right.
Are there any other council questions or comments on this item? Any public comments on item number 11? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and approve that we adopt by resolution authorizing the acceptance and the use of the $650,000 Green Means Go grant.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? And I believe I already asked for public comment. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Amara.
Yes.
Furlan.
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye.
Riddle Harris. Mayor Dowden Calvia.
Aye, let the record show that the motion has been adopted unanimously. All right, we're going to move into public hearings. Actually, let me make sure. No, we're not. We're going to public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to address the council on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. Council cannot take action on said items, but we can refer them to staff for subsequent review and potential placement on an upcoming agenda. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment. I like that Boston doesn't get things about my gavel.
Hello, City Council. My name is Sue Engel. And in October, I came before you pleading for sidewalk repairs with ramps, ADA ramps. And I am so thankful that the city of Auburn, under the direction of Menjol and your direction also, you guys have made me the happiest person in this town. So thank you. I came to just heartfully thank you for listening to my concerns and my needs and making it much safer, not just for me, but for many other people in this town, including wee ones in wagons going down those sidewalks. So thank you. The other hat I'm wearing tonight is I'm part of the community garden and Keith, representing Keith today. And we want to thank you for working with us with the new lease and our liability, and we're looking forward to gardening again this next year. So again, we thank you for everything you've been doing for this community.
Thank you, and thank you for your service at ARD as well. So we do appreciate that. All right, additional public comment? And I've been just told that we have someone on Zoom that wants to also make a public comment.
Yes, Madam Mayor and City Council, my name is Rick Dusty. I'm president of the Grand Oaks HOA. So I wanted to come tonight to recognize the Auburn Police Department, and in particular, 3 of the staff for assistance that they've been giving us with a couple issues out there that have been going on for more than a year's time. The first issue revolved around a nuisance dog barking issue in the evening. The resident was not being responsive. And so I engaged Linda Stinelli, who I believe is a dispatcher, and I think on a part-time basis is the animal control point of contact for the police department. And with her guidance and some coaching, we worked a little bit on that. And ultimately, Officer Bandela made a personal visit to the resident. And that was in April. And beginning with the next evening, there hasn't been any barking now for coming up on almost 2 months. So we're hoping that the problem's been solved, or at least greatly improved, but I don't think we would have gotten there without their help. So I want to recognize them. The second issue is we've had a issue going on since last summer and began again this summer with one of the residents wanted to park his 30-foot RV on the street in front of his house and moving around back and forth across the street. We don't have any real tools to deal with that because it's a public street. So again, Linda said, well, I think I should have the code enforcement officer give you a call. I was surprised when Officer Keem called me the very next business day. That was a surprise, to be quite honest. And we talked for a little while. And he said, well, let me go down and take a look and see if the RV is there, and maybe I'll have to have a knock and talk. That was a new term I learned. So anyway, it wasn't but 45 minutes later, he's calling me back and saying that, yes, it was there. And he had a little discussion with the neighbor and explained to him the difference between cars and trucks versus recreational vehicles and what the standard is. And the next evening, the motorhome was gone, and we haven't seen it back since. So anyway, I want to recognize their efforts because I know they have a lot more important things to deal with their time, but their responsiveness and their help was appreciated by the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment at this time?
Good evening, Cheryl Mackey, Auburn City resident. I wanted to welcome Sean. Congratulations. Everybody I've talked to, a lot of electeds, they really respect you, and I'm looking forward to your service here. And Joan, thank you for everything. I appreciate it. And I'll be talking to you about item 17. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk? She's putting you on notice. Madam Clerk, you said we had a public comment online.
Yes, Michelle, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Bass. I'm the president of the Rockland Friends of the Library. And firstly, I'd like to thank your council for your continued $12,000 gift that you give to the public library system every year. It greatly helps with the collection development and it does not go unnoticed. Secondly, I wanted to bring up an item on the agenda for Placer County supervisors tomorrow that involves the library. In April, Library Director Mary George brought forth a proposal with her budget to add 4 additional staff to Placer County Library to bring back the Monday hours that were taken from Auburn and Rockland in January of 2015. And we were told all those years ago and every year since that the way we would get those hours back and our library open on Monday was when the property tax allocation had risen to accommodate those extra positions. Well, we find ourselves this year in just that position. So we were super excited in April when Mary made her presentation. But with the agenda that came out on Thursday, instead of the 4 positions being there and giving us back our hours, that money, almost $700,000, is being moved to the Library Reserves Fund. There has been no indication from the supervisors that there's any project that they're working on behalf of the library that those reserves would need to go towards. And the library reserves, as reported in the budget, with that additional almost $700,000 would be sitting at about $4 million, minus the $1 million they are giving to the Auburn Library for the recent grant that they received, the matching grant from the state. So that sits the balance realistically at $3 million. I really don't like, as a taxpayer, seeing my tax dollars go to a library reserve fund when we've been told for 8 years that once those monies were available, we would get our hours back. I would greatly appreciate if your council would make some form of comment tomorrow on item number 14 that will be heard at 2:10 in support of bringing back those hours, especially now that I hear there is redevelopment in the future near the library. It's a perfect time to get that up and running for the community again before the use changes. I appreciate your help and I appreciate Rockland City Council also listening to this and checking into it to see what can be done to restore those hours. Thank you so much for your time and your support.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. All right, is there any additional public comment on this at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, move into public hearings, and we have 2 of those tonight. The first is a public hearing to levy the annual assessment fee for the business improvement districts for both Old Town and Downtown. And Mr. Attorney, did you want to introduce that item or the
Yes.
process?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. Before you tonight is a public hearing regarding the Downtown Business Association and the Old Town Auburn Business Improvement District and the Auburn Business Improvement District for downtown, the annual assessment process. As you know, the city levies assessments under the Parking and Business Improvement Area Law of 1989. There's a 2-step process to do that. On May 8th, you adopted a resolution of intention, sent out notices that the public hearing will be held today. Now is the public hearing. When you open the public hearing, the public can comment, submit protests or objections to that. After considering all of those, if there's not a majority, you can proceed with imposing the assessment for the upcoming year. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, council members? Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead. Oh, pardon me.
That's
Yes,
right. I
Councilmember Lamp.
my finger was slow. I wanted to follow up, thank you, Gary, to the question I had asked staff at the last meeting when we looked at the assessment of the fee. What work has gone on from city staff to actually ensure that we're collecting the fee on every business and that every business within those districts has a business license to thus then collect a fee against?
I might have to defer to someone in the finance department to answer that
yeah.
question. I know the process. It goes out with the business license renewal applications. But to your point, are those being sent to all the businesses is a question I'll need to defer to staff.
And do all of our businesses actually have licenses? I guess that would be another question.
Yeah, no, I think they're all connected. And Sean, I don't want me to completely put you on the spot if you don't have staff here to answer that, but that's a concern that you may remember I raised at the last meeting. And so while I don't have any issues or concerns with the assessment of the fee, since it is again an assessment by the business districts themselves, I just want to ensure that we are fairly collecting those dollars that are owed to the business district.
Yeah, and honestly, first day, I don't have the answer to that. And with Nathan unable to be at the meeting tonight, we don't have anybody here to answer that question, but I can't get the answer and send it back to you. I'll send you an email and get that back to you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I just want to flag too, I think the mayor's question connects to it, and that is making, what are we doing to ensure that every business in our city has a business license? And then what are we doing to ensure that they've paid their annual assessment, that they, as the business districts, have assessed to themselves?
Right.
Because as I mentioned, and then I'll end it here, some of the business districts, and I don't want to speak for April if she wants to, but I know that, or Christine, now that I can see her as well, they may have some take on themselves of how that collection has been challenged in some of the years past.
Yep.
And chiming in too, I think they've been having trouble even getting the businesses, the numbers and the emails for businesses too. So I suspect that there's going to be some issues and hopefully we can clear it up.
Yes, I appreciate you following up. And then I guess I would ask if in that somewhat direction, if we make sure that that loop is closed, not just with the council, but with the business districts themselves.
Yeah, we'll do.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions by the council? All right, I'm going to open this up for public. Actually, we had our presentation, so I'm going to open this up to the public. Do we have any public comment or do we have a presentation by the applicant? No? Okay, so no public comment. Any public comment online, Madam Clerk?
There's not.
Okay, so no public comment. I'm going to close the public hearing. And are there any additional discussion items by the council or is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I would like to move that by resolution, we adopt the 23-24 levying of assessments in connection with the Old Town Auburn Business Improvement District and the Downtown Auburn Business Improvement District.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Amara.
Yes.
Berlant.
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye.
Riddell Harris.
Aye.
Mayor Dowden Calvia.
Aye. Let the record show that the motion has been adopted unanimously. Also, just to follow up on Councilman Berlant, I would, and I'd like a report maybe to all the council members, just about the process that we utilize to ensure that all of our businesses have licenses. Because from time to time, I hear that the city staff are running up the hill to, that someone opened a business and forgot to come and get a license, and they had to run up there and let them know that, hey, this is required. So, it would be good to kind of have a little bit of a summary about how we ensure that every business that is existing here in the city limits is properly licensed by the city. That'd be good. All right, we have another public hearing. This is going to be on the annual military equipment use report. I'll refer to you, Gary, again. We have the chief here as well. Chief, AKA Monkey Rider. What is that, monkey? He knows.
You're gonna make me blush. Madam Mayor, Ryan Canan, your Chief of Police, City Council members. And yes, I was the extreme sidecar monkey. To the city attorney's point, it was on my own time, but I didn't get hurt either, so it all worked out in the end.
I will have you know that Peter Conrad came to me and said, "Oh, are you interested, Mayor?" And I looked at what you had to sit on, which is really just a sideboard. There's no bucket or anything.
There is no sidecar.
There's nothing. Anyway,
Well, good evening. Do I turn?
do you need to proceed first?
You go, Gary, or
Now that we've gotten off track on the motorcycle.
I'll let the chief proceed.
All right.
Thank you, Gary. Tonight we'll be talking about AB 481. This is our second hearing per the government code that established AB 481. Again, through the public hearing, very similar to the presentation I gave last time. As we talk about the military use equipment. Amy, I try to play it off. I couldn't though. Again, Assembly Bill 481 background obviously requires law enforcement agencies to obtain approval from the applicable governing body, such as our city council here, before requesting, funding, acquiring, using, or collaborating in the use of military equipment per the government code there. Now, the government code established 15 individual categories there, albeit not all of them are really identified as military equipments, in areas such as our unmanned aerial systems. Any youth or parent or adult could purchase those off the shelves. We have our patrol rifles, less lethal platforms, as well as less lethal munitions. Again, the annual report, summary of how the military equipment was used and the purpose of its use, summary of the complaints or concerns received, which we did not receive any complaints or concerns, the result of any internal audits, which we have none. Total cost is in this presentation. The quantity possessed of each type of military equipment, as well as if the law enforcement agency intends to acquire additional equipment, and the cost, and that's is also in this presentation. So prior to the policy, so the police department shall obtain approval by the city council by an ordinance adopting the military equipment use policy, which is why we're here again this year to get the ordinance, because we're asking to replace equipment and for a new piece of equipment. Submit a proposed military equipment use policy, which is on our website, as well as on the agenda for an open session. City council shall only approve a military equipment use policy pursuant to the Assembly Bill 481 if it's necessary because there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective. Proposed military equipment use policy will safeguard the public's welfare and civil rights and civil liberties. The equipment is reasonably cost effective and prior to use complied with the military equipment use policy that was in effect at the time. So equipment usage report. So these are the items that we've used over the last fiscal year. Our drones were used for aerial surveillance for search warrants, missing persons, wanted subjects, and public relations events. Our MRAP, which is the mine resistance ambush protected vehicle that we got through the federal government, deployed for a service of a search warrant, and public relations. It's been in pretty much every parade that we've had in the city, as well as staged at National Night Out and a couple other places. Slugs, breaching apparatus, Hornady 12-gauge shotgun slugs were used for range training and qualifications. So all the officers are trained on how to deploy a shotgun, specifically those 12-gauge rounds. And our specialized firearms, AR, AM-15s, were used for range training qualifications and deploys as necessary on incidents involving armed and or reportedly armed subjects. And less lethal shotgun used for range training qualifications deployed also as necessary on incidents involving armed and or reportedly armed subjects. Our specialty impact weapons or munitions, our PENS armed single shot 40 millimeter less lethal launcher used for range training qualifications deployed also as necessary. Our CTS impact rounds or 40 millimeter sponge rounds are deployed in conjunction with launchers above that are reported the Pen Arms, as well as the CTS impact 40 millimeter sponge round with the OC tip and deployed in conjunction with the launcher. The new equipment we're requesting is the drone. It's the DJI Avata Pro View drone. There is no reasonable alternative to replace this equipment. Its cost is $1,388. This drone will actually allow us to fly indoors. It's designed for flying indoors. The propellers are protected, so if you're bumping into walls, doors, furniture, less likely to come down. As well as a specialized firearm. Again, there is no other reasonable alternative. Cost is $1,521.50. This rifle would be assigned to our detective that's currently on the Special Investigations Unit team, typically responsible for making a number of entries in homes and businesses and seeking out wanted subjects. Our specialized munitions are the 12-gauge shotgun slugs I talked about earlier. Again, there's no reasonable alternative to this one. Costs about $290. This is to replace the slugs that we used on range training. In conclusion, staff recommends the City Council introduce for a second reading, read by title only, waive the full reading of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Auburn, California, adopting a policy for the use of equipment by the Auburn Police Department. End of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Chief. Council, do you have any questions for the chief at this time? Hearing none, I'd like to open the public hearing. Is there any public comment on this? Madam Clerk, any public hearing online? Any public comment online?
There is not.
All right, hearing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Any additional discussion items or questions, or do I have a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt an ordinance adopting a policy for the use of military equipment by the Auburn Police Department.
All right, I'll go ahead and second that. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Amara.
Yes.
Burlant.
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye.
Riddell Harris. Aye. Mayor Dowden Calvillo.
Aye, let the record show that the motion has been adopted unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief. Next item on the agenda is a business item. It's the City of Auburn Discretionary Grant Program. We're going to receive an update and request for authorization to encumber funds. Mr. City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this item before you sprung out of a discussion at a previous budget meeting that I sat through as a casual observer. But so what's before you is is a modification to the current policy that we have. As you know, during the 2022-23 budget cycle, council approved the process of setting up this discretionary grant program. Since then, we've expended $20,000 in fiscal year 22-23. However, we have not expended the additional $20,000. Application was created by staff, but for some reason or another, that application was never actually circulated to the public, and so we're sitting on this $20,000 that needs to be expended. Staff's recommendation to you is to encumber that money from the current fiscal year into the next fiscal year, so move it over to 23-24 to allow adequate time for the community to apply for those grants. There are also some minor modifications to the grant program itself, and I'll run them through those really quickly. One of them is that the applicant must attend any mandatory funding meetings as directed and coordinated by the city. It may include a grant workshop and a meeting with the city manager. Previously, the applicant must attend 2 mandatory meetings, including a grant workshop and a meeting with the grant review panel. And then under the evaluation criteria, the introduction wording has been amended to read that the city manager will evaluate applications to make a recommendation to the council for award of grants. And then there's following criteria on how that is to happen. Previously, there was multiple versions of how to get there. The intent of this is to basically streamline it and make sure that we're getting the money that the council has previously approved for the public out to the public and making that happen as quickly as possible. That's basically it. I can answer questions if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. And I had an opportunity to review the documentation and I appreciate the proposed changes. They look good to me. So, questions or comments by my colleagues?
I like the proposed changes.
Councilman Holmes?
Yes, I'm interested in who the grant review committee is.
Yeah, previously there was supposed to be a committee set up. Now it's basically the grant applicants will meet with me as the city manager. City manager makes a recommendation to the council. Council approves the grant. So we're cutting out a layer to make it more expeditious to get the money out to folks.
Well, I'm happy to see this moving on because as the public may know, the original grantees were the Auburn Symphony and the
State Theater.
Auburn
Theater,
State Theater. And so both of those organizations have been waiting to,
Actually, they already have their money. So the city council appropriated the $10,000 each to the symphony and to the State Theater in the budget. And so what's happened is that the remaining $20,000 was not allocated because the applications didn't go out. So
yes.
so that's what we're voting on because we're here. June 30th is almost here, is to encumber those monies so we can grant those monies out in the next fiscal year using this fiscal year dollars.
Yes, I know the original $20,000 went out.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So, okay.
Any additional comments or questions? Yes, Councilman
Yeah,
Delant.
Madam Mayor, I don't have a question. I just appreciate the revisions, Sean, that you and I assume Joan or staff have made. I just remind, it's been a year since we looked at this last, and so I really appreciated your streamlining because I said this a year ago as well to a certain extent. I don't think all of these items have to constantly come back to the council. In fact, this one in particular, I advocated, and I don't remember how we gave it in direction. It doesn't matter because a year later it never was done or followed. But I had advocated that we gave the intent of the policy and the money, and that the city manager have the authority to ensure that the appropriate entities, would have a competitive way to access this money, and the entities being large entities similar to the State Theater, similar to the symphony, organizations that are bringing in revenue. So I appreciate the cutting of the committee because I think that was just added to slow the process down. So look forward to seeing this money come out. I guess I do have one question, and it will kind of segue a little bit to the next item as well. But in the 23-24 budget, what is staff proposing of any, related to the discretionary funds? Is there once again any dollars set aside for discretionary funds?
So at this point, I believe there's, at this point, there is $40,000 put in there. It's built in. Council can always, look at that, review, revise, whatever you'd like to do.
But
was
just to be
really-
clear, this, sorry.
I was just gonna say, it was intended for us to look on a year-to-year basis
Yeah.
to determine not only whether, we're gonna include it or what the amount would be. Because, depending on the circumstances, we may only be able to have 10,000 or none.
Right.
So it really does depend, and we'll have that discussion when we talk about our budget, but yeah.
No, so I appreciate that. So based on your comment that the action tonight would roll it over or encumbering it into the next year. So just to be clear, that essentially allows for $60,000 in discretionary funds to be available. 40 for, this grant program that we're talking about, and then 10 for the State Theater, 10 for the Symphony. Is that?
No,
So we've already expended the 10 for the State Theater, the 10,000 for the Symphony, $20,000 is left. That $20,000, because there's no way to get that done by the end of this fiscal year, we're rolling it over to next fiscal year. That 20,000 will be encumbered at that point. The next $40,000 potentially has not been encumbered because council hasn't considered the budget yet. So that'll come through the budgetary process. Council will have to make that decision when we bring that forward.
I guess the short of it that I'm trying to get at is
There could be 60,
We-
but there
there
could also be
could-
just 20 or 40 or whatever.
based on our actions. But I guess what I was trying to get at, just to cut to the chase, is we already gave the State Theater and the Symphony $20,000.
yes.
You are proposing to do another $20,000 in this coming fiscal year, correct? We
That's
set
what,
a,
that's what we approved, this is
But-
city council.
But it's not, it's a competitive thing. We aren't
Absolutely.
allocating it specifically to those particular
They,
people.
they have to go through the application using the application that was in our packet. It's
Wait a
just-
minute, the symphony and the state
No.
theater?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was
Just
asking.
for,
No, no.
for the current fiscal year, there's $20,000 left on that discretionary grant after we already awarded 10,000 to the State Theater and 10,000 to the Symphony. So there's $20,000 left open for competitive. And it's simply the fact that we're at the end of the fiscal year, those monies will run out. There's no way that we can get out there, advertise, review, and get something to us in 2 weeks. So what Sean is proposing is simply to say, we're going to take the monies that have been allocated in the budget for this budget year and just, we're going to roll them over next
Right.
year so we can spend them next year. If we don't do that, then the money goes away at the end of the
I get
fiscal year and we lose that
If I could put the
$20,000.
floor back, just since I was trying to get the question, maybe this is where we're all trying to get to, Sean, is I'm just trying to understand what we did and what we're going to give, because what I'm starting to hear a little bit, and again, this is why I'd like to hear it in your words, is $20,000 to the two organizations, the Symphony and the State Theater, last fiscal year. We're going to do another 20 in this fiscal year, or this coming year is what you're proposing. What I'm trying to also understand is last year it said we were going to give $20,000 to these other organizations. What I'm hearing now is that 20 will be available next year, but they're not eligible to get dollars that they would have gotten if we had given the money out originally.
No, they're rolling it over, so there's 60 together next.
They're gonna, we're only talking about $20,000. We're not talking about the discretionary program in the
Right.
next fiscal year because that's completely separate. So we have to totally carve that out. So what we're talking about is right now, today, there's $20,000 available to someone or to two organizations, or it doesn't even, it can be, the minimum grant is 2,500 all the way up to 10,000. So what we're simply saying is there's $20,000 available. Staff go out and advertise for it, collect applications, review them, make a recommendation. Because you can't do it by June 30th, we know you're going to do it maybe in July, maybe in August, depending on when the applications roll in and the meetings and so forth. And then we will approve that $20,000. Separate would be the discretionary, if we decide in our next budget, that would be a separate discussion on whether or not there's 40 or 20 or 10, but they would still have to go through the same process. So we truly have to separate the next fiscal year budget from this fiscal year. We're simply trying to encumber, so we keep those monies. So they don't, otherwise they will disappear because they'll end, we will lose them at the end of
At
the
the end of the
fiscal
budget.
year.
I appreciate that. That doesn't answer my question, but for the sake of time and understanding, what I'm hearing you say is today we're just rolling over this fiscal year's money to next year. The very 2 items from now, because we are doing them out of order, I will come back to ask the question, What's our intent for next fiscal year, knowing that we've rolled 20 over, but is there going to be 40 is really
Yeah.
the crux of my question.
And that's for the budget.
I understand.
I
Thank
had,
you.
I asked Joan the same question about next year. And so I had this discussion and then I figured. we
Well,
could-
and just my comment here is I just want to make sure we have fairness. I fully support the State Theater, fully support the symphony getting their money. If we are in the position to be able to do it again next fiscal year, great. I just want to make sure that based on staff not following our direction of giving the 20,000 out in this current fiscal year, that we're not punishing potential recipients of that money who could be eligible for an additional 20 this coming fiscal year. Okay, sorry for all the confusion, but I think we're now on the same wavelength. I will pause and come back to that, but I have no further questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilwoman Riddell Harris, did you have a question or are we resolved? Okay, good. Any other public comment on this item? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, any public comment online?
There's not.
Okay, great. I'll bring it back to the council. What is your desire?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, once again, I'd like to, by motion, authorize, well, once again, is the program we're already doing, but for today, a motion to authorize the encumbering of the $20,000 allocated in fiscal year 22-23's budget into fiscal year 23-24 budget to meet our intent of the fund.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Amara.
Yes.
Brulant.
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye.
Riddle Harris.
Aye.
Mayor Dowden Calvillo.
Aye, let the record show that the motion has been adopted unanimously. All right, we're going to take the next item, which we agreed to take out of order, is Sister City with Chamonix, France. I know that Amy and I both worked on this item, but I'm happy to take it, Madam Clerk. So, and I think that I have made this public at my announcement, actually at my mayor's acceptance speech. One of the goals that I had in being mayor was to pursue a sister city-ship with the city of Chamonix in France because of our the common goal of endurance sports. Clearly, we are the Auburn endurance capital of the world. They are known as the endurance, actually the extreme sports of capital of the world. They were home to the first Winter Olympics. We had a Winter Olympics not in the city proper, but just up the hill in 1960, whereby a Chamonix native won the bronze medalist in the alpine ski event in that 1960 event. That's kind of an interesting situation. Clearly, the big key, though, is the Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc, the UTMB. And as we all know, UTMB purchased Canyons last year, and now Canyons is one of 36 ultra runs that's run by the UTMB group. The UTMB is in Chamonix. The group is from Chamonix, and the series is from Chamonix. So it seemed like a pretty easy pursuit. I did have the opportunity to meet with both the co-founder and the president of the UTMB, Catherine Polati, and her husband, Michel, who actually ran Canyons and finished. And they were incredibly supportive and just absolutely loved what we have done here in Auburn with the endurance capital of the world. And they said they could only wish that Chamonix would take the same approach that Auburn has, because we've just really embraced it even more than they have. Now in Chamonix, for the UTMB, they have 100,000 people come in for that third week in August, with 10,000 runners running 3 different races. So it's an incredible event. It's international notoriety. They get a ton of international sport press. I would love to have Auburn Endurance Capital of the World banner right there by the finish and start line, so that every time they show the person coming in, there's Auburn. So that's really what it is. It's just pursuing that partnership and supporting each other in our endurance endeavors. They've invited me to come this year. And so I'm willing to pay for my plane ticket because it's a hefty amount, and I wouldn't expect the taxpayers to pay for that. So I am willing to do that, but would just like respectfully request your authorization to negotiate with their mayor on becoming a sister city with Chamonix. That'll be our first. We have no sister cities.
Yeah, I just want to say that I happened to be there when they had the UTMB a couple of years ago, and it's a phenomenal city. One different point that they have, and I think I brought it before to this council, is that they do have more opportunities to house people. So that's something we have to really work on in our town to really be able to have housing when we have these big events. But,
Hotels and things like that.
but I do think it's a wonderful idea. My only question is that I noticed in the staff report that they already have a sister city, Aspen, Colorado. So is that, how does that play into us? Is it going to be,
Well, I don't think, there's no limit as to how many sister cities any city can have. You know, some cities have, I'm sure a lot of sister cities. So it really just will depend on, I'm hopeful that they're receptive to the city of Auburn, you know, but it should not impede us from that. You know, a lot of times an official sister city, when you talk about trade and all those other kinds of things, that's a lot more detailed, and we're not really getting into that aspect of things. This is really more of a goodwill kind of a relationship. You know, if they'd like to come to Auburn, we'd welcome them with open arms. And I'm sure that if anybody wants to travel there on our own dime, that we're welcome, would be welcome to. We're not expecting that they come here, you know, but if they'd like to, we'd welcome that for sure, I'm sure, you know, so we welcome everybody. Come visit Auburn. We are the endurance capital of the world. So that's my, that is my presentation. So with that, I will, do the council members have any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilman Holmes.
Yes. Well, having worked on sister city or sister county issues previously, I would like to suggest that before we get too fired up about this, that we contact Sister Cities International in Washington DC on 15th Street Northwest. And because they're the ones that coordinate that. And it requires like an MOU between both communities. And it requires, well, it's expected that there will be hosting of various groups by both entities. So a group from France would come here, we would host them for a period of time for meetings and so forth, and likewise they would host us going there. So I would like to suggest that we contact the Sister Cities International to help us get all the details, so that once it's completed, then it is officially listed under Sister Cities International as an approved relationship.
So my thought, Mr. Holmes, with all due respect, is that with the city of Chamonix in this particular instance, it's really an informal sister city. Because, you know, there's a lot more involved with the MOUs, and, you know, I don't know how willing they would be to engage in that level of an expense, because they are sister cities with other cities, and whether or not we need to do that as well. This, again, is really meant to be more of an informal sister city relationship, if you will, promoting endurance and tourism. It's not about all the trade facets and all of that other kind of thing. I'm very happy to contact Sister City International, but I was not foreseeing us engaging in that, at that particular level for the purposes of, you know, economic trade. Certainly we could pursue that at another time. You know, if we have this informal relationship with them and we want to take it to the next level and be recognized as an official city, you know, sister city on that international site would be one thing. But I'm just again, looking for something informal, really, just to establish a partnership, celebrating endurance.
So what's the arrangement with the city in Colorado?
I don't know what the arrangement is with the city in Colorado. I don't know. I haven't met with Chamonix yet.
I
So
think
I
it's a
haven't-
good idea to do informally to start, and then we can come back, report, and maybe go from there.
And if, you know, parties are willing to go and take that next level, then that's something we can talk about. But I just think that that is thank you, Councilman Holmes, that is just a little bit more of a level that really this is just meant to be a goodwill kind of a thing, really, given our relationship with UTMB. who knows? Maybe we'll take it further later if we want to. But I do understand and recognize your involvement with that last endeavor for the county to become a sister county. So I wanted to stay away from that process. That's it's expensive and lengthy and difficult.
Well,
So-
my concern is that that informal thing may, when it comes to an international thing, it may develop into some things that we don't know or suspect might happen.
I'm happy to reach out to them, but again, I think that we're just looking at a very informal. Maybe the word should be friendship.
But that's a thing too,
Friendship?
Friendship City,
Oh, okay.
from the
Okay.
Sister City website. That's how I know.
Oh, Friendship City versus. I do, I'll open this up for public comment. Is there public comment on this item?
Hi, Solbracher, resident of Auburn. It sounded like what you were trying to say was maybe a symbolic, is that kind of the word you're
Yeah.
looking for?
Mhm. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah, Madam Mayor, and on that, oh, you have another public comment.
oh, yes.
Larry Gurley, treasurer of the Endurance Capital Committee. Just have a comment on the sister city that, the Endurance Capital Committee would support that wholeheartedly. And we would love to see as a relationship with Chamonix. And, the Canyons Race was an incredible event that happened just recently. And, we fully support that.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the council.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll agree with my colleague. I think it's a good first step, and I know you kind of jokingly said maybe we should call it a friendship city, and actually, I know you've done your research, but for the rest of us, the term sister city and friendship city sometimes have different meanings. This again, according to the Sister City website. Generally speaking, friendship cities are less formal than sister cities. In some cities, friendship city is often the first stage in the relationship, and after it is strengthened and the partners are sure they want to be in a long-term relationship, then they become sisters.
So,
That is what the website
so
says.
that might be like a courting or something. We're in the
Yeah.
courting stage.
So I, myself, would agree with my colleague that I think whether we call it Friendship City or Sister City or just City, of Love, that, having a connection with them seems like a really, good piece. And I do appreciate though you doing the additional research to figure out, what are some of the other steps, because maybe there's some benefits that we don't know. And, if there's a way to do some trade, of tourists or other,
We're
goods.
gonna
and ser-
trade tourists.
Yeah. Buy out what their number one, product was. And, to my colleague here who was there, it's tourists. So
Yes, tourism is a huge boom for them, both winter and summer with the skiing and the hiking. So it's.
with no fiscal impact, to this, with your willingness, to go on your own and to do the research, I look forward to your report back to us.
I will, entertain a motion.
Yes, I will entertain a motion.
I mean, I will make the motion. You can entertain it and I will make it. The motion, I request that we grant the mayor authority to meet with the mayor of Chamonix, France on behalf of the city of Auburn to pursue and secure a friendship, sister city, city of love relationship between the two cities for the purposes of promoting each other as in the endurance sports and recreation tourism hubs.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, please call a roll.
Councilmember Amara.
Yes.
Furlan.
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye.
Riddell Harris. Aye. Mayor Dowden Calvillo.
Let the record show aye. Let the record show that the motion has been adopted unanimously. Council, without objection, I'd like just to take a quick recess before we dive into the budget. So I'll just do a 5-minute recess, please. On the budget? I'm sure there'll be some, I don't know if there's like a formal. I know, Nathan, it's gonna be, Joan and Sean. Councilman? No worries. Are you going to look at it? Oh, All right, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and reconvene our meeting and tackle the last action item on the agenda tonight, which is fiscal year 2023-24 budget workshop. And I just want to clarify that we are not considering the documentation that's in the binder that we've received. We're just talking about tonight the proposed fiscal policy amendments, the committee and commission's recommendations, and what is the other item?
Solar.
Oh, and solar, correct? Those are the three items that we are talking about this evening. And it's just discussion only, because we will be taking action on the budget at our next meeting. So really, it's just getting some consensus on some of these things at this point in time. I just wanted to preface before we dive into this. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and defer to you, Sean.
Yeah, so first day, first meeting, let's talk about the budget. I'm going to kind of go a little bit out of order from the staff report, because there's like those 4 items in the staff report are really what we're looking for direction on tonight. 2 of them are really specifically what we need to know so we can get things kind of moving forward in the budget document itself. So those are the committees and commissions, and also the solar discussion, because those feed into kind of a bunch of different things. So in your packet, you have the committee requests. And I think that I am actually going to ask Joan to help me out with this, since I haven't gone through this process before and I haven't been too involved with the budget process. So I'm going to actually ask her to step in and pull me out here.
So, as you know, we're in a 2-year budget cycle, was the direction from last fiscal year. You allocated in the last year, in the current fiscal year, current budget year, we'll call it that. $222,000 spread over the committees and commissions. The budget year coming up, 23-24, there were anticipated monies put into the budget. This year, and this is a process that is evolving, because you have not had a 2-year budget before. So this year, the committees and commissions were asked if there were any additional requests that they had, and to verify what their work plan was going into this year, so that you had a real understanding of what each of those committees and commissions wanted to be working on in this year. So, excuse me. So, as Sean indicated, in your packet are the requests that were received from each of those committees and commissions. And in my individual conversations with some of you, there have been specific questions raised about whether certain programs or projects are to be considered in these particular requests or not. So what we're looking for this evening is to go through each of these and have some direction on how you wish to proceed. I think I would ask Sean at this point to indicate what his potential recommendation may be, or even the mayor. I know that we've had a lot of discussion on the committees and commissions. With this being Sean's first meeting and getting into a process that is somewhat unfamiliar to him, we do have some desire to get specific direction from you so that he can then work to incorporate yes, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's helpful to just maybe reference page 490 of the staff report. I think, yeah, that's all the committee.
Thank you. So yes, in the staff report, on page 490, Councilmember Amar is correct. It does show what the expenses were and allocated for 22-23, and what the requested allocations are now for 23-24. Thank you, Councilmember. So I think at this point, I would ask if it was certainly if Sean has anything in addition to say, or the mayor, and any questions that any of the rest of you may have.
Thank you, Joan. I appreciate that. So I think, you know, for the purposes of tonight, again, we want to be able to provide our city manager with some direction. When it comes to the committees and commissions, something that is important for me overall across the board for all committees and commissions is just ensuring that the requests are consistent with the enabling resolutions. So that is that the committees and commissions are functioning within their specific realm. To me, that's really important. All of our committees, except our planning commission, which is not before us because they don't have a budget, are advisory in nature. None of them are action oriented, where they can act without council making that direction or approval. So to me, I really would love to see a review of the proposed budgets and compare them to their enabling ordinances, and then letting us know what is consistent with those enabling ordinances, what is not, and making that recommendation. But I think that for the purposes of tonight, in addition, it would be helpful maybe to, you know, we have this information here. I know I have a series of questions. I'm sure that my colleagues have a series of questions. So I think we can talk about each of the committee's budget. The staff are here volunteers are here, the committee members that might be able to answer some specific questions. But once we go out of it, again, I would really like to see the city manager do that comparison with the work plans, with the budgets themselves, and ensuring that they are consistent with their enabling ordinances. If not, there may be a change that's needed to those ordinances. We would have to discuss that at a later time, but just making sure that folks are operating correctly. So I don't know if there's any objection to that, or if we're okay with that.
I think, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Nathan do that? He went to each committee and, I think he compared it with their.
No, I don't believe he did. And I did have our city clerk provide to me today, and Sean has that information. Each of the resolutions or ordinances that were approved or adopted by the council to do that analysis. I believe what Nathan did was simply ask for each of them to submit what their proposed work plan was for the year, but not an analysis against the enabling documents.
All right, so with that said, we have the first committee that's up here is, let's see here, I think it's the Arts Commission. So we have the Arts Commission's budget. And do we have somebody from the Arts Commission? April's here.
As April is coming up, I got sidetracked there for a second. I did want to indicate that there is an increase from the 222,000 that was allocated for the current budget to 259,000 in terms of request for the upcoming year.
And quick question, okay, not to belabor the discretionary support for, I thought it was 20,000. Why does it say 40?
That's for
That
the
was-
incoming fiscal year. So the $20,000 was for this current fiscal year. The budget right now shows 40,000 for next fiscal year. So there's a fresh, and we would have to discuss whether or not we want to even do that, but the $20,000 was for this fiscal year. We just can't spend it before June 30th, so we're going to roll it over. Because we already appropriated it,
So then we'll have 40,000?
no, we'll have to talk about,
The question,
again,
Val, it's like the page you're on.
It's
Yeah.
page
What I was gonna ask is,
490, and it says
to
40,000.
answer this confusion,
but that is for,
$20,000 is in the Arts Commission's supplementary documents. And so I was gonna ask the question of if we are seeing I think 222 to 250 something, are we double counting the $20,000 for the State Theater and the?
the Arts Commission has it, so the Arts Commission has included it within their own budget, and I had a concern with that because we've also put it in discretionary funding. So we can talk about that when we talk about the Arts Commission budget. What I'd like to kind of do is just tackle this one by one if we can.
Yeah, but I think because I have the same question that Councilwoman Amar has, to set the framework or the ground in the table that's in the staff report on page 490, the $40,000 for discretionary support, does that include the symphony or is it up in the Arts Commission?
So as I understand it, the $20,000 that we just rolled over is locked in money that is going to be spent in a competitive way.
Exactly.
There is an additional $40,000 that's still on the table for next year that we may or may not decide to allocate. That is not necessarily allocated to any particular entity at this point. There's just $40,000. We could choose to give money to the State Theater or the library or anywhere we want, or Chamber of Commerce, whoever we want to give it to. But we haven't even agreed that we're spending that $40,000 because that still has to be approved in this budget.
I understand, but
So
it
there's
says,
60
it
that's
says there's 40,000 this year.
Yes, so staff have simply put in there the $40,000 as a placeholder.
Right.
And that would be open to anybody who wanted to compete versus our process that we've already established. Now, to confuse things, it is a little confusing that the Arts Commission has also suggested that from their budget, but that is in your budget. Okay.
April, I'm sorry, if you could speak
Yeah,
on the
so
microphone. just
what
so
I'd
it's
like
on
to
record.
do is, at this point, I'd like to talk about what is included in the documentation from each of the committees. And so, and in that documentation, there's either a recommendation, so let's just talk about your proposed budget. I think that that will.
What page?
So the Arts Commission starts on page 500. So April, if you would like to give us a presentation, you've run down, I really do appreciate the fact that you showed us what your requests were in 2023, and then you showed what you are requesting for 2024, 23, 24. And again, this is just for informational purposes. If there are questions or concerns that the council has, we are still going to hear from our city manager at the subsequent meeting on whether or not these are consistent with enabling ordinances. And also, there may be issues that we feel there's conflicts with. As a council, we are, it's our prerogative, certainly. So with that said, April.
So what we were asked to do, so the document you will see, which is the same, I believe, that's in your report, is budget review for fiscal year 22-23 and plans for fiscal year 23-24.
Yes.
Good, because that's what we were asked to do. We were asked, we were asked in April to do this, we were asked to just give a report, an estimate of what we plan to do for the remainder of the fiscal year. And that's especially beneficial to us because we do a lot in the spring and summer, and it overlaps as a matter of fact. So that is what this document attempted to do, and then to speak to the work plan for the coming fiscal year.
And so that's what we really want to focus is talking about the work plan. And with that said, I think that it would really behoove us as a city to develop a form or a table or something so that all the committees are submitting the same information in the same format to us for their work plan or for their proposed budget, because we all have different formats from each committee and commission. And it is confusing because now, like on the State Theater and the symphony, you're saying that you're recommending that the council spend that money, not put it in your budget, but it's confusing. So I would like to ask that we have a nice, simple format across the board that everybody uses, and then we can just review it and compare, and it's simple. So,
and if I could just
Given that direction so that we see it.
yes,
that way.
I'm going to give that direction without objection that we
For next budget
for next
cycle. We're not
budget
gonna make-
cycle, not now, but for the next budget cycle, that we develop a uniform form, if you will, that each committee can use in building their budget and reporting their work plan and letting us know what they did with the monies passed. Because really what happened was Nathan just went to the committees and they were up to their own to determine how and best to submit that. And it does lead to some confusion for all of us up here, at least for me. I think that I've heard that from all of us. So with that said, April, if you would please talk about what you are proposing for the 23-24 year. We just really want to focus on what you're proposing. and let's go ahead and move forward. Thank
Okay.
you, April.
And I will do it in the order of the document that I submitted. But I do want to mention a few things as I go by. So as you know, the Arts Commission has been supportive and focused in some respect in improving the area around City Hall and the School Park Preserve. And we should put a sign on the fence in the back of the parking lot to remind people in the future that was that the garbage, the dumpsters were removed and the rusty chain link fence was cut down to what it looks like now because arts commissioners were out there with Sawzall and cabling up the old post from the broken down chain link fence. So my point is, so the first category that is listed here is the School Park Preserve. We have been, as you know, advocating for the improvement of many of the public areas around Auburn because visual and performing arts need locations to display and for people to visit so they can patronize visual and performing arts. So the playground program, I think that was 2017 that we first started talking about the old playground, that now we have a plan to improve that. So part of our work program for the coming year was to, in hopes, plan for improved programming in the School Park Preserve to build on the activity that will be starting there in late summer or fall in the multi-use space that is now the old playground area. So we are asking for somewhat of an increase in funding of programs. And as you know, we've been doing the concert series. This is our third year this summer for the concert series in the School Park Preserve. It's a lovely spot. People love it. This is the program that used to be in the Library Garden Amphitheater. And it's wonderful. And yet there are lots of improvements that could be added to that. And last night we encountered, it was kind of overcast. So it was really by 8:30 when the program was over, it was really pretty dark. And so I'm not asking in our budget to have lighting, but I mean, part of our planning is to have more programming on the stage area and around the School Park Preserve, and to have an increased program request from $12,000 to $15,000 for that. And, whether that means, temporary lighting as it gets later in the summer, because as you get into August, really, the sun, it changes a lot.
So you're asking for $15,000. Last year you asked for 12.
Right.
And so you're asking for $15,000 that would allow for the continuance of the summer program, the rental of restrooms, some lighting, everything that's listed in here, in this paragraph.
Right.
You're saying that you would utilize the $15,000 for that.
Right.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'll skip ahead. I mean, we do make a recommendation to council, which is different than our budget request because we are a recommending body that we've recommended to council for years that there would be donations by the city to the arts organizations in the city that are economic drivers. And last year was the first year and that was actually transformed into your discretionary program. So we never meant for that money to be for us to give to them, but that we were recommending the council support those economic drivers in visual and performing arts in our community. So
Okay, that's later in
right,
in your document.
right,
So I
but-
just
but
wanna,
I'm just
so
gonna say-
next item, you have the mosaic mural.
Right. So last year, and this is a little bit deceptive, last year we had $4,000 budgeted for 22-23 and $8,000 budgeted for, if I'm not mistaken, for 23-24 because the plan was to get the large mosaic mural underway sooner than it happened. As everyone knows, Katie and Brian Freeze are the main drivers in that project. They actually they did some remodeling in their house and constructed a studio in their basement. It all took time and they've been very busy with different professional and, supporting themselves, in their actual jobs that they work at. So what we did was shift a lesser amount we didn't spend that much in this fiscal year. So that's what the $1,000 refers to in the, basically the report on the 22-23 activity. but then have it be 11,000 for this coming year, because we know that we didn't spend money for this fiscal year, so it has to go back. So the plan is for that large mural that's going to be assigned on the retaining wall at the School Park Preserve to be completed in 23-24.
So I think, just because we have a lot of items to cover, I think, maybe I'm going to run through very quickly and, so that we're clear on what you're asking. And then when I say it, then if council members have a question, we can ask you. So let's do
Okay.
it that way. So we've already talked about $15,000 for School Park Preserve programming. You just got done talking about $11,000 for the mosaic, which is what the council appropriated last time, but you didn't spend it all. The next request is, you have a $5,000, no, you have a $5,000 request for work at the Stan Padilla sculpture. Correct?
Well, that was for 23-24, right? because
I see for 23-24, $5,000 yeah,
For 22-23, it was focused on that sculpture and enhancing that with the signs and the lights. And the upcoming year, 23-24 request is for the same amount. But one of the large expenditures that we want to tackle is to wash and seal the large Sea Art of the Sea mosaic mural that's, right behind, around the corner.
So
That hasn't been done.
okay, and we can see that in the report
Yep.
here. So we have $5,000 for the Stan Padilla.
Last year. This year that's ending here, 22-23.
Okay, but it says here that your request is $5,000. So
Yeah.
okay,
This year for,
that's okay. Okay, for miscellaneous,
and Sea Art of the Sea.
okay. But it's still 5,000. Then for the art park, you're requesting $1,000 for the umbrellas and all that. I don't think that any of us have any questions on that. Okay. Make Music Day, you're asking.
And just on the art park, so I separated out between decorations and then venue, because to maintain that space, because there's no one else who's carrying, I mean, there's bricks that are broken and there are other things that need to be fixed. And we also want to seal the Mosaic River that's in there. So that would be part of our request.
And I think we have to talk about maintenance, Sean, as a separate thing, because it is the city's responsibility to do that public work. So I appreciate that the Arts Commission is pointing that work out, but that really shouldn't be under your budget. It should be under our public works budget. Just when we talk about maintenance of anything, when we're talking about the creation of art, like sculptures or, the lighting or sealants or something special for that, I think, under the Arts Commission purview, as long as it's consistent with their enabling ordinance. But when we talk about fixing things, that kind of thing, cleaning things, we should have that discussion under Public Works. So I appreciate that you're elevating it to our concern, but I don't think it should be in your budget per se.
Would love to not have to worry about it,
So
but
I'm
we
gonna-
want it to be
So
done.
I'm just gonna say, we still show $5,000 for miscellaneous, which is, associated with the Stan Padilla sculpture and other things there.
It's no longer the Padilla sculpture. That's done this year.
Okay, so we're gonna, the Sierra to the Sand mosaic, that is still something that is a sculpture, a sign, that is something in.
The mosaic sculpture that goes, the 80-foot one long,
Okay,
that goes up to the
so that
garden.
is okay.
It needs-
So Art Park, Make Music Day, so you're asking for $3,500. And I think we've all enjoyed Make Music Day. Are there any questions about Make Music Day? Yeah.
Hey, with the art park, looks like, are you saying, Mayor Pavilo, that the request for 5,000 will not be granted because it's Public Works and the city's?
What I'm suggesting is that we fold that into Public Works.
Okay.
That as opposed to the Arts Commission being responsible.
Oh, I agree. I
It
just
should
wanted to
be
clarify.
Public Works. So that would be a discussion when we talk about our overall budget, because we also have the fish
Okay.
sculpture and there's other things that need to be repaired.
So they'll go through.
Yeah, so that would
Correct.
be, Sean, a notation for our general budget discussion. Really, the repair and replacement of public art.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Which
you.
includes the art park. I just don't think it belongs into the art.
I agree. I just,
I-
All right.
I personally think that maintenance of public art is appropriate under the Arts Commission. I think replacing the broken bricks, but they've been broken for years. I mean, since the park was created, they've started.
I,
being-
I think that Public Works can work with you, but you
Yeah.
should not be administering contracts and things of that nature. That's, you know, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the expenditure of dollars, that should not be, you should not be signing checks for that. The city should have Public Works either doing that or contracting out for it or what needs to happen. When we talk about, you know, there should be coordination that can happen there.
No argument. I just want a pipeline for information and that responds to what we ask for or recommend.
Okay, so we have, Make Music Day. So we're asking for, same amount. Are there any questions on Make Music Day proposal? Auburn Community Service Day, you're asking for $2,000. That's for the wood chips, new plants, et cetera, lunch and all those other kinds of things. We've all participated in that. Any questions? Okay, I gotta keep it, tally here. Auburn Community Day.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't do Auburn Community Day, but is that really art? I mean, I know it needs, those things need to get done and they need to get fixed, but putting in new, like the different things that get done, well, cleaning up the community and all that stuff. I know it's organized by you and you do, by the Arts Commission does a great job, but it's not really your main thing to
However.
do, right?
However,
Yeah, it's at the School Park Preserve and like with the pollinator gardens and there's the sign there. And so that's that's the tie to the relationship to the Arts Commission.
But they've done things to create ADA access and things, and that stuff's not before, I'm just trying to make sure that we're clear, if
Not
we're,
created ADA during our community.
Yeah, Auburn Community Service really, and at this point, what it's really been focused on the past couple of years, and of course, Councilman Berlant is the expert as on this, is really focused our efforts on, there was some fire stuff, but really the community and arts community was working in the School Park Preserve. And so they're clipping away, I was actually out clipping plants away from the mosaic.
and I agree that all that stuff's important. I'm just not sure it's creating new art and I think it's important. It needs its own budget, but I'm just not sure that that meets with the guidelines of what the Arts Commission does. I'm just throwing that out there that.
Well, and that will be something that Sean, again, he's going to be taking a look.
And I think it's really important and nobody else is doing it, so they've taken it on and we're really appreciative of that. I'm just saying that if we're gonna look at really what people do and make sure that they're doing what's in their scope, I don't know if a community service day is in their scope and if we want to change their scope, but if we're really trying to make sure people are complying, I don't know if a community service day fits in there, though I'm
So
very
Sean
appreciative.
Sean
of
will
it
double
happening.
check. He's going to take a look at the enabling ordinances and will, you know, that will come back to us. Of course, and if it's not, we can't show a nexus, then we'll have to decide where to go from there.
We just want to make sure that it's being organized. If we're gonna keep everyone, then we need to make it fair across the
Yeah,
board.
we do. All right. So then I'm going to look at, City Hall Gallery. It looks like you're requesting $3,000 for reception materials and painting and so forth of, the City Hall Gallery. Any questions on that, council? Okay. Council chamber stage. Now, we did obviously have a request that, monies be allocated to fix the stage, and there was a request that we have space for a theater group and so forth, and I think that Joan was working, to secure them another location for performances. I think we've got that locked up, which is a good thing.
no, that's not correct. We weren't asking the city to allocate money for that project. We were asking to partner with the Placer Community Theater to improve the council chamber
Yes,
stage.
I'm sorry,
So-
I misspoke. My point is that that was a separate proposal and you did come forward and ask us to partner with them so that they would make the improvements to the stage and then they would have access to it for practice and performances. So we have talked about that. I know that Joan was working with the Carnegie Library to see what we could do there.
It was,
But
it was
that is a
referred to
separate-
staff, but it never came back. And
But that is a separate item from the budget. So I just want
Okay.
to say that that is completely separate from the budget itself. So the council chambers stage is not this should not be in up in the budget?
I think if you actually look at our ordinance, it is precisely within our
Okay,
designation.
So if you're requesting money for the stage improvement, we'll just jot that down. We will have to talk about the other proposal that came before us in utilizing the stage. I don't think there was a consensus to move forward with that. I would need to definitely look at the minutes and, you know.
Madam Mayor,
It was
if I could,
referred
I
to
completely
staff.
hear you. April, for $750, what are you hoping to achieve?
Well, we first had $750 in there because we hoped to like, do some very minor, I mean, it was squeaking, there was black, if you look at the back wall, it could be all painted black in order to make it slightly presentable. And there's a hole in the floor and to mend that so that the stage could be used. But my point is, I mean, in our charge, it is precisely to recommend city facilities that could be used for visual and performing arts. And there was this opportunity to partner with a local arts organization, which is also in our ordinance, to accomplish both of those things, to provide a venue. It was referred to staff in November, and there was a discussion. The board has changed at Placer Community Theater. They nearly went under because of frankly, the delay in having a performance space. And, but it never came back to council from being referred to staff, and it was an Arts Commission proposal and recommendation to council to partner with the Placer Community Theater. So I was under the understanding that because of the interim issues and all the transitions that have been happening, that would be resumed with the new city manager to discuss with the new management and the board of
So
Placer Community
what I would just like to say is we'll have, I think that it's appropriate to talk about that at a different time, not in the budget. And so what I'm suggesting is anything to do with the stage, I'm only one council member, but I would not support putting money in the budget for the stage issue. That does not mean that we can't supplement it at another time when we have an opportunity to address that issue and partnering and so forth. But when we're talking about the expenditure of dollars, certainly all of our advisory committees can make recommendations to us, but we have to determine what's, the best use of city dollars at that time. So I wouldn't support putting money in the repair of the stage. At this point, it's only $750. Let's have that item come back to us and we can take a final action on whether or not we wish to partner. If there's desire by a majority of council members to partner, then it would be the time we could talk about whether or not we want to put in,
I think we should bring it back sooner than later though, because they have been waiting.
And it does start with no or nominal cost if the partnership recommendation is.
So I'm just going to say, we'll take that out so that when we're talking about the budget at our next meeting, it will come without that before us, and that will be a separate matter. Is there any objection to
Yeah,
that? council?
well, I do object. $750 to use the stage for things, let's put aside the Placer Community Theater for other types of events seems to make sense. I think where I would go, based on your earlier comment, is it sounds like, and this is why I asked the question of what are you gonna do with the money? Maybe this discussion really is back to the maintenance discussion. And should $750 be in the Arts Commission budget? Or can we agree to the fact that, yes, they are charged with using facilities to do all different types of art. And if you came for Patricia Ross's poetry reading, it was in here. And so it was a one-time thing, but there are some, as April pointed out, improvements that need to be made. It's only $750 in the big scheme of things. And so I would say that I disagree that this isn't the right time to talk about it. And I would say that if we are going to move it forward, it should move back to the pot of money that's for the maintenance of city facilities.
That's fine. I just don't want to include it in the Arts Commission budget because I don't think it belongs in the Arts Commission's budget at this time. And we can still have that discussion on whether or not we want to partner with that other organization for the purposes of renovating the stage and using it. So again, we can put that in the Public Works pot of money for consideration, and we can talk about that when we have our
Yeah,
next.
but just to be clear, the $750 to do repairs, correct, April, has nothing to do solely with the potential partnership with Placer Community Theater. It is what allows you to make sure that the stage is maintained in general maintenance to do any type of arts-related items, whether it be, let's not forget that every December when we swear in council members, we've been putting musicians back here to play. And so having a squeaky door or ceiling, a window that needs to be blackened seems to be things that would benefit beyond the potential partnership of PCT, which should be put aside.
But I just, for the record, I want to say that it talks about specifically the PCT partnership recommendation accepted by council. That's why I'm talking about it here, because it says that in the document that I'm reading, and that's why I was referring to it in particular.
I agree with both of you. I think that we need to bring it back, but we also should spend some money because there is a lot of activity that goes on here and, we need to have.
So let's just add this to the list of possible public works improvements.
But I
Um,
want to say that, I mean, I brought the recommendation back because this has been our repeated experience is we make recommendations in a prior administration or whatever you want to call it. It just never got off the desk and we didn't even get it to council. So now we got a recommendation to council. It was referred to staff. And it harkens back to the ARPA recommendation from the TVA that was made months ago, that recommendations are made, that's our job, and they don't ever, nothing ever happens. So I put it in here so it would be kept alive because things just, they die if they're not tendered.
We have had some transition, and so I recognize that the city has gone through some transition.
Right.
And so,
I acknowledge. that.
you know, we appreciate that. I think Sean is keeping a list of those potential public works. We've included all of the sculpture, the bricks, art park. I mean, I look at that salmon statue all the time. So we will have that discussion, that greater discussion at that next meeting to talk about that. And we'll include the stage as a opportunity, for additional funding. And again, it's a recommendation and then it'll be our responsibility to move from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, Councilman Holmes.
Yes, well, I just want to say that PCT has been going through a change. Their board disappeared or something, and the play that they were planning to do here is not going to happen. And so they are planning to do a program at 808 Lincoln Way, which will be a radio program. But I agree with you to put that money, $750 into the Public Works budget because there are some other opportunities we might want to use, whether it's a jazz band or some other organization may want to use the stage here that could be done and,
Okay.
you know.
I just wanted to say, I agree, and I would like to bring back the issue of usage of the stage as well. There's the one-time usage, which we've all talked about, but then also the long-term recurring usage, which has more safety and security and other
Yeah,
issues
that
we
was
want
the
to make sure.
PCT.
So what, at a later date, after the budget's done, we need to bring not just the PCT part, but the policy around that everyone has to comply to for one-time and extended use of the facility, I think.
Okay, and I just wanted to, I included it also because of the state theater damage and the hope. I understand that they will resume programming in September, but that seems like a very tall order and that the need for performing arts in this community is dire with the absence of the state theater.
Okay. You also have on here $1,500 for miscellaneous repairs, maintenance, and new small projects. So the miscellaneous repairs and maintenance, and that is on just miscellaneous public art. So that's a public works. Now you have some new small projects also.
So they
That's
come up
really for the utility boxes, it looks like.
pretty much, but yeah, we get ideas mid-year that aren't major expenditures, but that we might want to, like,
So $1,500 for small projects.
right.
Okay, we'll just say the small project. You guys are very creative, the Arts Commission.
We try.
There was a grant request for $20,000. And, you know, I really, myself, would like to have a secondary discussion on the grant process for the Arts Commission. And I say this in terms of, I look at this from EDC has grants, the Arts Commission has grants. There's a discretionary grant program now that we're all confused about, 20,000 this year, 40,000 next year, we don't know. And then there's a discretionary budget under the city manager, and there's a lot of money that is, no, we don't.
They give gift cards.
We just do, we buy, yeah, flags. We don't get grants. So that's not in our purview. So, but really, when I look at the budget, I see these formal grants that are coming, like I said, EDC has one, a program, arts, and there's a lot of money that is incorporated in our grant program. And I think we need to have a larger discussion on how much of this discretionary grants, I don't remember it, and I apologize profusely, April. It's been a while. I don't remember the ins and out of the grants or the criteria, or if I think they still came before the council for approval. So I'd like to have a secondary discussion about grants in general.
So consolidate all the grants
Well,
is what you're,
talking about how much money that we have going out in grants,
Yeah.
because the Art
irony of-
Commission says 10, 12, 10, 20,000, EDC says 30,000, discretionary is 40,000. There's another, that's a lot of money.
no,
And
no.
so we really need to talk about in this era of, being fiscally responsible and making sure that our money goes the best, then that these are competitive grants and we have a systematic, process for them.
I want to remind the council that I believe, and I can't be held to this, but I think it was October of 2021, one of the council meetings, that the city manager presented to council a proposal that the various committees and commissions have third-party grant programs, and it was to ensure that there wasn't overlap and that they were coordinated and they went through a process. And we were directed, and Nathan was to come around to each of the committees and commissions and talk to us about this process. And and the EDC at the same time, because EDC had a little bunch of money, but no real substantial process. So EDC kind of took the lead. They have a staff person, and there was a program developed through the EDC. And then yours the one from the end of the last fiscal year, the beginning of this fiscal year came up as an additional one. But we as committees and commissions had been directed to do this and to coordinate it. And so,
But the council members, I appreciate staff. I think it's just a matter of the council members that are ultimately responsible and accountable for all the taxpayer dollars. Just so that we get a grasp on all the different grants that are out there. And, that's all. I appreciate that we had staff that were going around and make sure that, we didn't have one organization
Madam Mayor.
shopping,
If I could, and I was trying to find the minutes, I think what April's saying
Mhm.
is, and I think I was one of them, and I think all of us had we had this discussion a year ago where we directed staff to work with the commissions. And what I hear April saying is that never happened. And so
Yeah, I
the
don't think it
frustration now
happened. Did it?
to,
Did it
my
happen?
words would be nitpick whether they can have grants, which April,
but-
you can confirm, grants is the word grants is in your establishing charter approved by the council.
but so what I did, because I have the pleasure of also being on the Economic Development Commission and coming to a lot of council meetings and watching your grant program get developed. And I'm on the EDC subcommittee to revamp the EDC grant documents. So, because we didn't really get any direction, so I went through that process, and then that's why I submitted finally on May 31st, when your grant program was coming back up, because we've been hoping to kind of tag along with a larger one, so the word got out very broadly, and submitted to you and to the interim city manager and Nathan, our grant application packet that I worked on, and the commission accepted. So a policy, an application, and a scoring rubric, because, and I won't go into why we did that, but we found that there's a lot of subjectivity. So that's been submitted, because we hope to get like a test program in to get our $10,000 distributed. But that needed to wait. So, we were
So-
just,
So
I don't.
we
it's-
haven't,
it's
so,
confusing.
so last year you asked for $10,000 and it never got spent. So this year you're asking for 20. And
Right.
so it seems like nothing got done last year. So it,
Except we submitted
except you submitted it, but
our policy and
so, I think that, since you had recommended 10,000 last year, it seems like it would be appropriate to do 10,000 this year because you weren't able to, initially, your thoughts were that your first year would be a $10,000. And I really want to have that overall discussion about the grants. So I think that, but I'm just letting you know, I think that you're asking for 20 now. It was 10 first, you never used the 10 because staff didn't, or whatever happened. So really,
I
we're
did this
starting.
in April, when I thought that it would get launched.
I get it,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I understand that. So I'm just marking that, at 10 instead of 20. And then again, there'll be a discussion.
But just because that's you marking it 10, 20.
Yes.
That's not voted on.
I'm not,
I want to be clear.
we're not, yeah, since we're not voting, but that would be my preference if we were going to appropriate money for a grant for them because they initially suggested 10,000. But I still want to have that overall discussion on the grant so that we can be consistent.
And then we're down to the recommendation.
Yes, and then you have a recommendation to council, which is just that you're looking at a restroom and those,
Well,
there's no
and then for
budget.
the arts organizations, that's why, I mean, I distinguish them in red as being recommendations to council, not to be in our budget, but for the council to support the economic drivers and also to put money into the capital improvement of the school park.
Yes, and so those are just recommendations without a budget allocation.
Right,
So those
right.
are the recommendations with no dollar amount. Okay.
Right.
Are there any other comments or questions? Again, this is really just, it is our opportunity to make comments and questions. I had suggested changing that from 20 to 10. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that, but, we're going to take formal action later, but this is really the opportunity for us to talk. and
I
question.
just have a quick question. What, across from Tango, I don't know what that area is called. The public square right
The
there.
Art Park?
The art park is with the umbrellas, right?
Yeah,
No?
just Central Square.
No, not the art
Yeah,
park.
we call it
Where you-
Central Square.
Yeah.
Okay, so Central Square is a mess. So is anything in here? I'm sorry, you went through every item. Is some of your maintenance and improvements for the new umbrellas and maybe, I think
Not
Public Works needs to clean it up. It's just obscene.
It's not on point, but some of us have been talking about establishing a conservancy so that the city could be taking care of the plantings and the trees that die and get cut down and nothing gets planted. So
Okay.
yeah, some way to actually be proactive on maintaining the appearance of the city. And because that is an arts, I mean, it is an Arts Commission entrance because people come to a lively, beautiful place that's well maintained and there's art to see and performing arts to see,
Yeah.
then
A lot of
it
music.
It
creates
needs to be
place.
cleaned up.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
That's
Public
Public
Works,
us getting new revenue so we can afford to do that. 'cause
Yes.
Really, that's our responsibility, not the arts.
And we need, again, let's talk about this under the Public Works. I agree.
like that.
There's
Okay.
work that needs to be done there. And then, April, I just wanted to say, with all due respect, I do appreciate all the hard work that the commission does. And, we're very fortunate to have folks like yourself that step up and do this work. And I don't mean to be critical. I'm just kind of looking at this trying, because we've got a lot of budgets and a lot of money. And so I just want you to understand that. And I also find that it isn't the commission's fault that, the council directed certain things happen and those things didn't happen. So we recognize that as well. And so I'm not trying to pin that on you because that's not your responsibility. You have no say over what staff do. So, the other thing I would just suggest maybe is that the Arts Commission, like any committee that is advisory to the council, at any time, you can come to us with a recommendation for something. And I would request you not do it every month, but maybe twice a year, that it doesn't have to be during the budget time. But if there are things that you see that you're not requesting money for, because that's really where the budget is. But when you say, you know what, these are all the areas that we see that need some cleaning up, the sculptures or what have you. And we have an item on the agenda. And so then we can just dive into that issue and then we can take action and then it's done. But when this gets all rolled into the budget, That's where it gets confusing.
I rolled the stage into the budget so you wouldn't forget about it because I did it in November. It wasn't done
did.
at budget time.
And that was, and you were right. And we had it, we did have some transition. So, and that was, yes, exactly. You brought that up separately. And I apologize that we have not been able to get to the finish line on that item. You know, I apologize on behalf of my council that we have not, you know, put that as high on our radar as well. Just, there's so many things, but we recognize that.
Nothing we do is high on the radar, but I'm going to keep coming and asking
Yes.
and recommending and following up and following things that get dropped along the
Yeah.
way, because that happens.
Yeah. So, you know, like I said, I do appreciate the work that
No
you do.
problem.
And,
We're good.
you know, are there any other questions on the Arts Commission's budget? Because we do have others. Thank you very much, April. Thank you very much. The other committees have gone home. All right. No. The next one is the Endurance Capital of the World Committee. And that budget is on, really, they talk about their, huh? Yes, they're asking for, done. They're asking for less. So instead of having a presentation, is there anything on this list? Again, Sean's going to do his scrub to make sure that they are within their enabling ordinance jurisdiction. Is there anything on their proposed budget, which is on page 506, that raised a question for council members? With the endurance zone pillar repairs, that also might be a maintenance issue, so just kind of maybe roll that in. There's some updating that has to happen on those pillars because they're talking about races and so forth that occurred years ago. It was supposed to be like a little calendar event. So,
The only question that I have really is about I know that they've been raising money to do gift cards, and I don't know if I just want to make sure it's fine for the city to be for them to be using city money to go purchase gift cards from businesses that they give out. I just want to make sure that's fine, because it kind of seems different than I've seen before.
What the Endurance Capital Committee did is, they lumped that into their swag. And so we have lots of swag. We have water bottles, you know, anything that promotes Auburn as the endurance capital of the world. And one thing that the committee voted on was that in addition to the swag, that we purchased like gift cards in the increments of $5 or $10 from local businesses throughout Auburn, and it's on the wheel. So when people spin the wheel, they might win a water bottle, they might win a hat, or they might win a $5 gift card to Tango. And so the Endurance Capital thought it was a way to drive people to downtown and to our local businesses, and also promoting endurance as the capital of the world. And so it was really just as a prize on the prize wheel. We get so many people come to spin that wheel. They love to spin the wheel. And I know that they've done a presentation to the Economic Development Committee because they wanted to, you know, to let you know that that's something they were proposing that they are doing to help promote business. So you're just wondering if it's a legal thing?
No, I was just making sure well, they were asking the Economic Development Commission to take money from our budget and give it to their budget
Oh,
to do the gift cards, and so that seems a little bit like we shouldn't be
no.
asking other commissions to give
No.
money between
I think-
commission budgets.
I think really the intent was just to, you know,
Okay,
was
I
the-
just want to make sure that we know that we just say that commissions shouldn't be going to other commissions. They should come back to us if they want more budget to do certain things.
yes, we don't have commissions that cross-pollinate.
Yeah.
So I wasn't at that meeting, so, but.
Yeah, I
really
just
the
wanted to make
intent
sure
is-
that was clear with gift cards, that we shouldn't be going back
No.
and forth. If they want more money, they can come back to us.
Yes.
Okay. The other piece is, that's in here, but I think is missing from our other budgets, is that there's quite a bit of money for swag here. But when I went to an elementary or a middle school to go talk, there's no swag that says City of Auburn that isn't the endurance capital of the world, that we just have here that we can go and take and
Like
give out
pencils and stuff.
pencils or, you know,
Auburn.
highlighters, whatever it is, Auburn stuff. So I was hoping we could put that in the city manager's budget. I know that police and fire have stuff, but if we're just trying to represent the city, we don't really have anything other than the little pins, which aren't really big middle school things. So I was just
So
wondering if
Auburn
we could,
swag.
a little bit, just a little budget for Auburn swag in the budgets, and buy a few at the beginning of the year, so that way we have stuff to take with us when we go places.
We'll do city manager bobblehead.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
We'll figure it out. We can, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the endurance capital budget as proposed or any questions or concerns? And I will open this up for public comment. Maybe I should do this for each one. I didn't do it for the arts, but are there any public comments on this proposed budget for the endurance capital? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the next one. How about for the Arts Commission after we've had all that lengthy discussion? Is there any public comment? Yes.
Yeah, I'm Lori Rowland and I live here in Auburn and I do pay taxes. And I wanted to say that the arts presentation, I didn't realize what it encompassed. I'm glad I came tonight. Every Saturday I walk in the park down here and I send pictures to Sandy because it's a disgrace. It's embarrassing. It's looking like the homeless camp of Sacramento in Auburn. And then I take my grandkids and we walk through Auburn and I run into Daniel and his son. And I just notice all the disgrace of our area. So I love the idea of putting more money out there for the arts because I really enjoy it. But it's like maintenance isn't really the word. It's more like preventative health, you know, like you can wait until you get real sick and then you die, or you can take care of yourself before you get there, take the monies that we're using to make something beautiful. But Stan Padilla's statue, it was disgraced the first week it was open. I mean, there's penises drawn on it and all kinds of, you know, vulgar stuff on the benches next to it and stuff. And my grandkids are seeing that and they're running up to me and saying, Wormar, come here, look at this. And I'm like, okay. So, you know, I send pictures to Sandy and everybody knows about it. If you walk down there on a Saturday after the Friday night evening, it's amazing. So we pick trash up out of the creek. We pick the trash cans up. We're doing all kinds of stuff every Saturday and Tuesdays and Thursdays because Craig teaches Tai Chi there for free. So, you know, yes, please consider how we protect our city from it looking so beaten up.
Hey, also Lori, I wanted to say this council approved the pickleball courts, which we're hoping will increase visibility
Yeah.
and more use.
Yeah.
And it'll be used with the arts so that
Yeah.
there'll be more people and we're hoping that'll help.
Well, and then, you know, it's like, I don't know what the time the lights go off because I don't come down here at dark, but you know, the light idea being on later or something, I don't know. And the drugs and the, you know, just the stuff, we need to do something because it's a beautiful idea. It's a great place to go. We had friends that got married there during COVID because there's no other place to go, you know, and thank God you put your effort into it because now we have that for future people too, but let's keep Auburn beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other public comments on the Arts Commission? All right, we're going to move on to the EDC. And I will say,
Can I start since I'm on the?
yeah, you can. I was just going to say that I wish that there was more detail on this because it's very general, but
Well, that's because there's only two things and they're already lined out. So,
that's why I'm asking for
so-
but please, Councilwoman, you're on the committee.
So since I'm on the committee, the one thing that I brought up, gosh, a month ago to Joan is that I don't think that the branding initiative belongs in the EDC budget. It was never really an EDC thing. They were just helping with it because we don't have any marketing staff or anyone to really help with it. Jonathan's run the budget, he's run the RFP, he's managed the contractor. So it's really Jonathan and should be Jonathan's budget because it's not really an EDC thing. They're just helping to augment the staff time and helping to do some of the getting community buy-in and all the extra time it takes to do that.
So I appreciate that, Councilwoman, because I agree 100% that really it doesn't belong in the EDC budget.
Yep.
That it belongs under community services and economic development. So I thank you as a member of the EDC for that because.
And I think they all agree too. It just, it's never been taken and put anywhere and they wanted to make sure it was included. So if it gets identified as being that it goes into economic development's budget, then that makes
Is,
more
is
sense.
there any objection from council just to move that in under Jonathan? Because also
Is
this
there any issue,
council,
Jonathan, with us putting that in your budget?
but ultimately, this council will have to determine what it wants to do. If it wants to move forward with phase two, that will all be decided by us.
Yeah, it either, it gets decided through this budget or it gets decided through Jonathan's
Yeah.
budget, but we all voted to do it and we've all been participating in the effort. So, and we're gonna utilize that to do all of our
Your
branding
outreach
stuff
and-
afterwards and that we have to decide if we're gonna utilize it. So it's our thing and not EDC's thing.
Jonathan, do you have a problem with?
No, I just.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Jonathan Wright, Community and Economic Development Director, also staff liaison to the EDC. I would just like to remind the council that this proposition came forward at the request of the EDC. While I agree that it could fit in many pools, it was the community or this committee's led efforts that got us to this point. It was them who saw value in doing the branding effort. And I don't want to lose sight of that because that's really, they've put a lot of their own work into it. And I've relied upon them almost as, alternative to staff, to provide input. Many of the committee members have done a lot of extra work getting out there, getting information out. I think we have a good relationship right now, with the EDC as far as staff is concerned. And I guess if you transition to whatever budget, I think the structure is still going to be the same.
Yeah, I don't
Absolutely.
propose any changes
Okay.
to the structure. I don't.
It's just the bucket of money, that's all. It's just the bucket of money. I encourage you to continue that relationship and again, utilizing our volunteer committee members as the staff person, as you, that benefits the city most. So there's no objection to that. It was just simply where the money was. Was this a $50,000 bump for Economic Development Committee? Or is this belong in the community services, economic development as a line item in
It
that
makes our
budget?
budget look really big and when actuality, most of it is going towards this project that's a citywide project.
So is there any, so Jonathan's okay with that? He wants to continue,
I will
Yes,
his
we're still gonna
I
do
will
all-
always take more money than my budget.
but, so that will be, unless there's any objection, that'll just be rolled into your budget as a line item. If we could do that, Sean, seeing that there's no objection. to-
What I hear Jonathan saying is that it still should be a goal or a mission of EDC.
Yeah, we will
To be
still
involved.
completely be involved.
Okay.
We're just not signing any of the contracts or any of that stuff.
It's,
So it's
it's
not.
really the mechanics of it now. They can still advise us on whether or not we should pursue phase two. They should be involved in all of that as
And
an advice.
Trust me, they don't want to let go of it. They're going to be very involved in it.
And
It's
EDC
just
is
the
the
pot
steering
money.
committee, everything goes through the council still. So
Yeah.
any other contracts, anything else I do is still a council decision. So.
Yeah. So it's just maybe making it a line item. So there's no objection, so we can do that. Then you've got $30,000 for community grants and projects. And that's where there's a lot of,
So there's an approved application process with approved uses that we've done before. They have different categories. And last year we spent almost the entire budget.
Within $1,000 or $1,500 of the total budget, correct?
how much did you have allocated last year? Can you remember?
20,000.
20,000
And they-
for the projects. Now, the business improvement grants,
It's a grant.
in the past, the city council had some of these programs. We had a facade improvement program, 25 years ago or something. Are these business improvement, and Cheryl remembers, the business improvement grants, are these new grants? Because I don't remember talking about these.
That's correct. 2 years ago, we came to the council with a policy for spending or grant policy that contained 3 different types of grants. One was a business improvement grant. One was the traditional grant that EDC's been doing, which is the events grant. And the last one was a community enhancement where they could partner.
But
on-
ultimately, those recommendations come to the council for approval, correct?
They are, per the policy, the applications go out through the EDC,
Mhm.
they are vet through the EDC, and then the recommendation comes to council for funding.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Based
I
off
just
of
wanted to
application.
confirm that this body is still awarding those funds.
We're
Because-
just doing the competitive process and we do it. So we put it out one time a year or 2 sometimes, depending if we have money left. And then it gets publicized. So everyone has an opportunity. It has a closing period. So it has so it's not whoever gets there first. It's a competitive process.
Okay.
It was
So-
hugely successful. We
and-
got over 30 applicants.
And the Arts Commission grant program can be like that, but we do still have to have that larger discussion on the appropriate amount just based on all the grants we have.
Yes,
But-
agreed. And if we need to go to $20,000, whatever works for the budget, it's just, that's the main, that's actually in the Charter of Economic Development. That's one of our main purposes is to do those grants.
Any questions?
Yeah, I don't see, just on that point, I pulled up the charters and I don't see the EDC having that authority to have grants. But I do see it in the Arts Commission, and so I guess
I thought it was
the,
in our charter.
the conversation, I have the one that the council, in
When-
2020,
Oh,
revised
Was economic development, because I know
was EDCs.
some of them have been, that one probably hasn't been.
My point though is just to ask the question of, if we're gonna take it out of Arts Commission that does have the authority, where do we have this discussion? And again, this is not to be prejudiced of the value of the money that the EDC has been spending and the work that's been in, but it does go back to your earlier conversation about how we are facilitating grants.
Yes, and I wouldn't take it away from the Arts Commission. I just wanted to bump it down to the amount that they were suggesting for the first year of the program, but they didn't get to realize that because.
And maybe it's like the community service day. Maybe we need to add it into the
Yeah.
scope so that way they can do the things that they've evolved into doing over time. It's not necessarily that we need to take things out, but we maybe need to alter the scope of what those committees do if things. have
And that
evolved.
might be something, so Sean, again, Sean will be doing his scrub to make sure that the proposals are consistent with the enabling ordinances. And in cases where they're not, then we will have to have a subsequent discussion as to whether or not we're going to change those enabling ordinances. Because ultimately, we just need to make sure that everyone is operating as directed by this council or a previous council. Could have been, who knows?
I did specifically ask the EDC if we had to choose between, spending the money on the branding effort and spending money on the grants. They said they really think that the branding effort is going well and worthwhile, and they would pick the branding effort, over the grants if they had to choose.
So we'll look into the grants, but the events, I know the EDC does make recommendations on funding for events. They always have. I remember as a member of the EDC that we would make recommendations on various events that we would, and advertising and things of that nature. I do remember doing that as a member. That should be in the enabling ordinance.
It's not, and but I mean, that's kind of a separate item. It is in here about working with event promoters.
Okay.
So, I guess the point though is, was your earlier comment, not the one about the dollar amount for the Arts Commission, but the earlier comment about the multiple committees that have grants, to say that we need to give direction to staff on ensuring that we have consistent policy, or are we okay moving forward, to your point, like we have done in years past, authorizing these various committees, whether it's super clear or not, I think there's absolutely a nexus to providing funding, but I just want to come back to your earlier point about how we do it.
So it's both. So I wanted to have that scrub to ensure that the enabling ordinances authorize the committees to conduct whatever activities they're recommending, including grants. And then also I wanted to have a larger discussion on the amount of money that we put into all of our grants, that we don't just look at it, Arts Commission 10,000, EDC 20,000, that we talk about it collectively. How much money do we want to put into all of our grant programs? So that we're not just making independent decisions, that we're looking at it from the totality, so that we know that we're talking about $150,000 worth of grants.
But isn't that what we're doing tonight?
Well, we're not really talking about grants in the general larger scope of it. We're talking about them individually. And that's why I'm saying we need to have a discussion about them in a larger scope. I don't think we're going to have time to do that tonight, but really it's talking about all of those grants, the discretionary. I just thought that we could talk about it at our next meeting, because also we're going to talk about whether or not there's authority for those grants under those enabling ordinances.
I do think we have time. We're not adopting the budget, so I think we have time to talk about that at the next meeting. There's a lot of people here waiting for the other,
So you're talking about,
items.
talk about it at our next meeting.
yes,
Yes, and that's what I'm suggesting.
I agree.
I don't know if we, I don't know if we have enough budget to be, because we've got a lot of things we're trying to do right now with this next budget to be giving away this much money. So I agree, we need to talk about how much money we want to be giving away when we have so many things internally that we need to be spending money on and saying we don't have enough money to accomplish.
Okay.
And part of that is maintenance. People are talking about maintenance. That is another piece that we could be putting more money into if we think that's important. So it is part of the budget conversation. It's part of, if tonight is the goal is to approve these budgets, then if we need to say, sorry, EDC, you get $20,000 for grants rather than 30 or 10, then I think that's the conversation we need to have tonight, so that way they can be included in the budget and we can move forward. And I think that I know that we want to keep giving everyone what they want to accomplish, all the things that they want to do, and I think everyone does great work, but we also need to think about all the things that we're trying to accomplish and pay for, including the MOUs that are being negotiated and the general plan that needs to get completed so we can do some economic development work. And so I know that each one of these individually is 10 and 20, but like you were saying, they all add up. I mean, another 40, and plus we rolled over the 20. They all add up to a pretty good chunk of money that we are saying we can't afford for other things.
So I think that, like I said, if we have that discussion, that larger discussion of our grants, and then, at that time, we can really determine,
When?
at our
We're
next
approving
meeting.
at our next meeting.
Well, we're gonna have to discuss it at our next meeting. I think what we're gonna really, here's the thing, we're gonna need to have a special meeting, right? So we're gonna have to have a special meeting, and I know that Sean was gonna talk about that, whereby we go over some more of these figures and so forth and talk about this. So that would really happen at the special meeting, and then
Okay.
we would approve at the next meeting. I kind of jumped the
I
gun
just
on
want to
that,
leave it
Sean.
all the way to the last.
Yeah, but there, we will need to have a special meeting because, we deferred this discussion from the last meeting in May. And so everything's getting pushed back. So we really do need to have that subsequent meeting. And so I'm sorry, I should have been more clear, and Sean and I didn't tag team on that.
I think part of it is we've all read all of this, what the committee reports have said. Maybe we should just streamline it and just ask questions.
Well, that's what I've been trying to just kind of go over. Okay, here, are there any questions? So are there any final questions? Any public comment on the EDC? I mean, obviously, we're going to talk about the scrub and then the actual dollar amount, but the $50,000 is out at this point. Any other comments on this proposed budget?
Yeah, as you move along, I just wanted to correct myself in reading, the full resolution. Funding is, listed in there as recommendations. So I just wanted to be clear that I am not to infer, which I was.
So,
Yeah, the
good.
grant,
Grants is not,
but the-
making funding recommendations is.
Yes.
In the resolution. So I just want to correct that. But I did have one follow-up question based on your comment. In the proposed budget that is in front of us today, what's the dollar amount for the committees and discretionary funds that you've allocated within the budget? We're really nitpicking, as we should,
Yeah.
about $250,000 in a $14 million budget. And that's okay, right? That's our prerogative. But I'm just curious, back to the start of this conversation, have you already programmed in all $250,000 of it?
Yes.
Thank you.
But we have lots of stuff to talk about when it comes to.
No, I understand that. The reason I clarified that question is it's already in staff's recommendation that the total amount is programmed in there.
But that may not be after we have our stuff.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, we're gonna move on from the Economic Development Commission's budget and move into, the Sustainability Committee. So, and again, this budget will also be subject to the same scrub. This is on page 514. So it will be subject to the same scrub to ensure that the proposal is consistent with the enabling ordinance and the charges that are in those enabling ordinance too. Because I remember the Sustainability Committee, we actually gave them a couple of tasks that they needed to accomplish.
Yeah, and one of them was the greenhouse gas emission, which is item 2.
Yes, and I saw that and I remembered that. So that is consistent, doing that,
So, looks like their budget the request was up 2,000.
So, so again, Sean, you'll do the scrub just to make sure on the, I know they have their own website. They, I think are pretty much the only committee that has its own separate website, but the council did approve that.
That's not true. I think I saw that. Yeah, I saw it, on art.
Arts has a separate one? Do they pay? But we don't budget money for that. Arts Commission manages it themselves.
There's another committee that I saw.
Endurance does, but they
Yes.
don't budget money for it either. So they do it internally.
Somebody had $500.
Yes, it was Endurance.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, we approved that at the beginning of we approved that already.
So this is Genevieve Marsh, and she does a beautiful job. She's working on the form-based code. And you've probably seen the website. It is an attraction to most cities. If you go to any city and you look at their green, website, it's very informative, very helpful, and it attracts people into cities, and it's very, beneficial. So
I
was the thought.
personally, again, because we approved it in 2022, I just simply was pointing out that it's different than our other committees and commissions. It is a very nice website.
yeah, it's interactive. Yeah.
And I myself am not opposing funding that.
Oh, okay.
So that's all. I was just
Okay.
saying that it's different.
Yeah, and if there's any other questions, I can answer them, or Mike Lemberg, the chairman, and Roki, he's doing the the greenhouse gas emission, and then we have Kathy, who's doing the educational talk show, and then we have Joe, who's doing the city hall replacement to drought tolerant permaculture landscape.
So then, as I mentioned, John's going to do the scrub to make sure that all those projects are consistent with the enabling ordinance. On the solid waste reduction and organic waste stream redirection, I just need to say for the purposes of the record that reducing, I'm a huge proponent of composting. I had a program when I was first on city council called Leaf It Out, and we worked with Recology to establish these composting bins that everyone got with pilot projects. But I just want to make sure it's clear that SB 1383, that reducing our waste stream does not help us in compliance with that act. It doesn't matter the amount of waste that we put into the waste stream from an SB 1383 perspective. It's simply based on per capita. So it doesn't mean I'm against promoting composting. I just wanted to make it clear that that does not assist us in the in that particular
AB
endeavor.
1380.
It's SB 1383
Oh.
is what it was.
Okay,
but-
that, Annie
There's a lot of nuances and stuff going on with 1383. I think that the work that you're doing is great, and I think we should maybe just leave the 1383 part out, because I think I strongly encourage all of the recycling and reducing and using better products. I think all that's great. I think it muddies the waters by adding in the regulations, because there's a lot of stuff around
Yeah,
that
and
that I'd rather not
it's
talk
just-
to.
But again, I want to have the scrub just to make sure that that's consistent with the ordinance. But that was my only point, was just to take out the AB 1383.
And that's fine. Annie Bowler, though, is very involved, and she's been meeting with Recology and trying to get them.
I think all that's great.
Okay.
I think she's
Okay.
doing great. It's just, there's some weird stuff going on with the legislation.
It's just the legislation, SB 1383, and I just want to make that part. But
Oh, Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask you a question and put you on the spot. You keep referring that you want this to be scrubbed, and I'm looking at their
I just
the
don't have all
Sustainability
the-
Advisory Committees, and it is very vague because it talks about a number of things, but then it specifically says, prepare and submit, blah, 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 an annual work plan, which is very vague of what then is can be in that work plan. And so can you share with the rest of us what you may have some concern over? Because I guess what I'm challenged with, if tonight we're asked to agree to this dollar amount, which of these should we not be agreeing to based on
Well-
what you think and what the city staff hasn't maybe had the opportunity to do of that may not fall within their scope?
So I'm not suggesting, again, we're not approving any particular dollar amount. I just want to make sure that it's consistent with that enabling ordinance. I don't have all the enabling ordinances in front of me right now to take a look at that. And so I'm looking for the city manager to make a recommendation. And we can agree or disagree with him whether or not we feel that it is intended or what have you in their scope. But I'm asking that he take a look at that. If it's vague, then he's going to point that out. And if we want to interpret it to say one thing or the other, then we can. But I just want to make sure that our committees are operating within their scope. And so,
Madam Mayor, I have a couple questions on this budget.
Uh-huh.
I think there's some great work that the Sustainability Committee is doing. I don't necessarily understand the project visioning within the downtown and Old Town as far as the Auburn master plan and how that works out with what Jonathan's doing and how much coordination's going on with that. Is that the same project? Because it's $7,500, and I just want to figure out what that, because a master plan implies that you're doing things with the planning.
And I think Mike can answer that question.
I just want to make sure, because I just haven't heard of it before, and so I didn't know, it seems like there's several things in here that are getting approved through this budget, and I just want, normally you get something approved and then you put it in the budget, so I'm just trying to make sure I understand it.
Sure thing. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Mike Lindberg, Chair of the Sustainable Advisory Committee. On that particular item, that work has been completed and we don't have a actual request in for this fiscal year. It was more of a accounting of work that's gone on in the past.
Okay,
And
so
what
the
that was,
original and then the zeroed out means that you're,
yeah, we're
done.
not
Okay.
asking for anything on that particular thing.
okay,
That was a baseline analytics project that has created a library of information that's leading into the form-based code study.
Okay.
And all that information is now on the website as well, so it's a great
Cool.
resource for people to go on and check out what we've done in that regard.
okay, that's great.
And I can also answer any other questions.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding it right, that
Sure thing.
that's done and there's no more coordination that's needed. Okay, and then the last one is, we haven't really agreed that we're replacing the lawn at City Hall, and so
Yeah,
I don't know if that needs, I think that that should be a item that isn't necessarily approved through the budget. I don't mind adding it in once we've.
So again, just
the
like
project?
April said, you know, the same thing is happening with sustainability. That was brought up a long time ago. And with city manager was there and approved it right at the meetings. And then,
But I think it needs to be approved by the council is what I'm saying. I need.
Yeah,
The
the
work plan's
council,
approved by the city manager according to their resolution, to be clear.
what is approved by the manager?
The work plan of the sustainability committee, we authorize the city manager to approve it.
So the work
in the
plan is,
resolution.
yes, and the work plan is submitted May 1st of each year. And so, I don't believe that,
But we haven't
It was
approved a
there since
budget for
last
this
May.
item, and we
It's been
can
there since-
zero out the budget until it's come back to council.
Well, I
if you
guess,
want.
yeah, my kind of question, and maybe Mike or Sandy can answer this then is, you know, to Councilwoman Rilla Harris's question, which is very valid, how does this connect back to your work plan?
well, it
And
says
maybe this-
prepare and submit. It doesn't say that the city manager approves it. It just says prepare and submit to the city manager by May of each year, by each year, a proposed annual work plan. If the committee seeks city funding to perform its duties as described herein. It doesn't say that the city manager approves it. It simply says that they are to prepare and submit one each year if they're requesting funding.
Which is
It would
good.
still be our responsibility to approve that funding. So the city manager is not approving their work plan. He's simply receiving it.
And I think this,
But
this
shouldn't
could
the
be a really
city-
great
but-
project.
but
I think it
shouldn't-
just.
But
needs-
shouldn't the
Okay,
city,
wait a minute. We got too many
but shouldn't the
conversations at
city
one time.
manager, bring it forward to this council then, if he doesn't approve of it? I mean, that makes sense.
If he does, if
Even if
anytime
does approve.
there is a request for funding, it has to be approved by the city council. So if,
But every committee is requesting funding, and that's
Yeah.
what we're doing now.
Yeah, and those items, when they get decided what they are, they come back to us and we reapprove them kind of. When-
so
I don't know.
with the lawn, again, let's determine whether or not it's within the purview of the committee's jurisdiction, because there are some things in here that the committee is supposed to be doing. An inventory of action taken, including the adoption of sustainability plans by other jurisdictions around Placer
That's the
County.
greenhouse emission.
And I think it may be in the budget. I just would like to consider it as a separate item and not approve it through the budget
So I
because
guess-
I'd like to review the plan.
And I hear what you're saying, but we can do that for every single committee, every single activity. Is that what we really
No, I'm
want to
just
do?
saying this one because it impacts City Hall and our particular buildings
Then
themselves.
I
not
go
a-
back to, that's something then the city manager, if he feels that it's impactful, should have been brought up.
Anytime, so at this point, we have a new city manager. We have a process that's been established by this enabling ordinance there's a work plan that's to be submitted by May 1st each year. Let's assume that this is the work plan itself. It is then incumbent upon the city manager to review this, just like the budget, to determine whether or not these requests are appropriate and whether or not he would recommend them for funding. And so that is what Sean will be doing. He's going to take a look at all of these. I also have a concern with the lawn replacement in that I would like to discuss it, but we will leave that to Sean to do his review and then bring it forward, just like he's bringing forward anything else that there may be question on.
I just think that there are some things that get approved and can be, and expenditures can get done because they're approved through the budget. I don't mind leaving this in their budget. I just want to make sure before any of the money gets spent and someone starts working on the front lawn, that we get to approve what the design looks like and that we're clear on what expenditures are gonna happen and the
sure.
schedule and all that. That's all
would
I'm
have
saying,
to-
because I want to make sure that we.
I think one thing that is difficult for the council sometimes, and I say this of all the committees, and is that sometimes our committees go out and they're really aggressive and they're passionate because they want to contribute and benefit our community as a whole. And what happens is we kind of get into a situation where they're driving the train, but the council has to be the ones that drive the train. So when we have great ideas, they still need to come to this council for discussion before we get too far down the road. Because let's just say, for example, because it's on here, the city hall replacement. Now, maybe there've been other council members that have thought that we'd love to do something different there. I don't know. Let's maybe not even use that as an example. My point is. I'm
I
getting
see your
late.
point. No, your point's well taken. And I think that's
And
what, the chairman is saying.
Yeah.
We need money to bring back a plan to show
But
you.
even a plan, it's the discussion before you go and get a plan. Because that's where the rub is.
So we
is
might
that-
vote
but
no that
just
we don't-
Wait just a moment, please. I'm just gonna say this, is that I think that sometimes when we have these grandiose ideas, before we get ahead of ourselves, we should come to the council and say, hey, we're thinking about replacing the lawn. Council, what do you think about that? And the council could say, oh, well, staff, what do you think? We have a staff report, and then we can move forward. But sometimes what happens is the committees want to develop these plans and then bring them to us, and we haven't had a chance to even discuss if that's something we want to do. And so that's where it becomes difficult because the committee spends a lot of time. We ran into this with the solar. The committee spends a ton of time, and that's not fair because you've worked really hard on something, but the council's never had the opportunity to even weigh in and say, that's something I want to do, and
Sure.
so
I
we just
appreciate
have
that.
to,
Yeah.
and so you have this, this is a little recommendation in your budget. We're going to have the scrub, we're going to have the recommendation, and so the lawn, I see also the educational talk on K-High in the same breath. We'll take a look at that. Is that within the jurisdiction?
So the other thing I would like to say is my concern, we have a lot of work that Menjel's been doing, and anything on city property is going to require Menjel's time, including a lawn replacement. And I don't know if I would prioritize this over, like, do we not do solar because we're having him do a lawn replacement? We need to talk about prioritizing time, not just money, and whether this is this the
Okay,
critical item that we
but
want to
that's-
spend staff
That's
time
what,
on?
again,
So
this
those
is
are
getting-
pieces. we
yeah,
need
we're
to think
getting,
about.
again, the city manager, let's let him do his work, and he's going to make a recommendation to us. He's going to take into consideration all of these things, staff time, all of that's going to come to us. Sean's got so much work to do, but
So I
really,
just want to make it clear, just so we're not, we're not singling out one committee. So, and I want to make it clear that the, city council wants the city manager for all committees to look at each and every, project. And if he determines that the project could be questionable in his mind, that the city may have some questions about, then he'll bring it forward. Like, for instance, art. Maybe the art committee wants to put a nude statue in front of City Hall. He might want to bring that forward.
well, that
So-
would have to come, all statutes come before us anyway. Any sculptures come before us.
So it's up to the city manager then, because we're not going to be able to see each and every project.
No, and we're asking him, like I said, he's going to take a look at this. He's going to say, is attendance at events, is sustainability committee, is it consistent with our enabling ordinance to have swag? And then we're going to discuss that too. The same, on alternative transportation forms. The committee's explored partnering with companies to provide e-bikes. The council hasn't discussed e-bikes or scooters or anything like that, so we would definitely need to.
I have a question, though, you should ask, or.
Well, I don't really want to ask a question about it because I think I want to talk about that in general terms at another time, really.
Yeah, we need to, that project, I will say, since I work in that space, that is a big can of worms, and we don't want to approve that through a budget.
What we're going to do, again, let's just let Sean do his work. I don't want to get into any more of that. Are there any other questions on the sustainability? Again, Sean's going to do a scrub and make his recommendations.
Yeah, but Madam Mayor, let me just ask you, we have 18 days before the end of the fiscal year. I completely hear what you're saying, and if I'm hearing you correctly, I share the frustration that it's the cart before the horse. We are funding the projects that we may not all feel we are comfortable with, or that we've had enough information on, and so we're kind of blindly approving the project by doing the funding. But I kind of come back to, you keep referencing that our city manager is going to scrub them. But we have 18 days that we are responsible to at least allocate the dollars. And so I'm really curious back to cities, I guess I turn to you, Sean, and on your first day, come back to this. As I understand it, you are proposing the $250,000 and maybe to address some concern that's here, probably for all of the committees, is a discussion of allocating the dollars in the budget, but coming back at a reasonable time where reasonable amount of effort can go back to the committees to do their homework, to bring it back to us in a fashion that we can all get behind the project. Is that fair?
That's exactly the way that I think this needs to happen. There's no way that I'll be able to do this
Yeah.
by, so the money's already been allocated in the budget. I think the idea is that we leave the money allocated in the budget and we reconsider the work plans July, August, whatever, however long it takes me to get that done. Honestly, like going through this whole process, it seems to me that this needs to be like a two-step thing where committees decide what they want to do. They submit that to me. I talk about it bring it to council. You say, yes, we like all that stuff. Budget comes up and then it's approved in the budget.
That's exactly
Instead of
how
a
it
one,
should be.
because right now
And
it's
I
a
would note
one-step
that's
thing.
how we
There's-
have done it in some of the years. We downstairs would have an actual workshop where the committees would go through detail on the project, and we even had city staff do it, just to be honest with you.
Mhm.
Staff would come and present to us what
I agree
changes
with
they would want to see in their budget.
Yeah.
And so we could understand the content
Mhm.
of what they were requesting more money of, not just the dollar amount.
Yeah.
But again, I guess I come back to, I support that because I really think we're nitpicking dollars when we should be nitpicking projects.
And
The only thing, if I
yeah.
can, really quick,
Yep.
the only caution I would give us is there is good work that these committees do need to do on July 2nd. And so we need to really figure out how do you, and I guess the city manager discretion, how do you parse out
Yeah.
allowing the committees to keep doing business that's required in July? The Arts Commission has already lined
Music
out
center.
the music every Sunday through the summer, while putting aside some of these larger items or potentially this discussion about maintenance and or grants that we need full discussion on.
Yeah, I think that the difference is like staff shouldn't be deciding policy issues for you, right?
Mhm.
Taking the lawn out is a policy issue that the council needs to talk about, I think, as a whole and make a decision as a whole. That doesn't mean that, we don't keep the money, keep the funding in the budget the way that's set up. I think we need to do that. But those kind of bigger issues, policy issues need to come to the council to discuss, I think.
I
So-
just want to make sure that it's clear to our committees that, if the money is in there, we're not authorizing the expenditure via the work plan until we have that discussion to determine whether or not it's,
Because the work plans
yeah.
haven't been
So I
approved
think
yet.
that's to me, the most important piece is that the committees don't feel it's just a carte blanche. We had our budget proposed, they approved the amount, and therefore we've got $10,000 to do this, $2,000 to do that. That's not the case.
Right.
The case is that we still need to look at that work plan and approve the expenditures.
Right.
Now, those things that are the ongoing, the Arts Commission with the music program, that's something that they're doing. We've approved. It's not a new item, and it's consistent. We all know that that is consistent with their enabling ordinance. The same thing, I'll just say Endurance Capital of the World with Swag, Shack and their tiles, those are really clear things. But clearly, there's some things in the commission budget that it's not clear, and that's where we're gonna have that scrub. So just, again, being very clear to our committee that even if the money is in there, that doesn't mean that they're authorized to spend it as proposed just
Right.
yet until we have that overarching discussion.
Right.
So it's
So-
very clear to me.
So,
And just in closing on this budget request, I do feel it is within our purview to be somewhat of the visionaries on environmental issues. And all of these fall within an environmental issue of major importance in our time. And this is sort of a list of things for you guys to consider. Should we seriously pursue these items and devote some money to the design process, the visualization process? For instance, on the front lawn replacement, we would want to give you visualization graphics of what that might look like and how much better it actually might be than just the lawn, and really enhance the image of Auburn coming into town. We
it's just
believe it
don't-
could be.
We just
And
don't want you to spend money until the council has given a blessing. I totally see what you're saying.
Right.
And I'm not saying you can't come to us and make that request.
But I don't know if you get the full picture without
Right.
some.
And I do
pieces on
appreciate
design.
that, but we also have to just be responsible with our finances as well. and that, so, so. Are there any other questions on the Sustainability Committee's budget?
I just think in general, anything new that's gonna take staff time, we need to make
Yeah,
sure
we'll
that
have
we're
a public-
prioritizing.
We'll have public comment also. If you're gonna speak though, if you just come, if you have something to say, I just ask you to come up to the lectern. Oh, you're okay.
Sean, when we make recommendations on things, we need to figure out if we have the staff time to accomplish
Right.
them. Because we can have the best of intentions. I don't dispute that any of these may be a good idea. But I just don't, like you said, I don't want to have anyone assume or put any time or effort into spending any money on these things if we end up saying no and having them get their feelings hurt, because these ideas haven't been approved yet.
Right.
We're just saying this is a possible amount of money that we may spend, and we also may say no if it doesn't work out. Because we may not have the resources to get everything done.
Yeah, all of that about the budgeting process is quite clear. I would just like to emphasize what Mike was trying to say, which is that for you to be able to consider an idea, you need to have an idea to consider. And there needs to be some funding for the idea to be developed for you to be able to consider it. For you to just say, we will decide whether we want to do X, Y, or Z, without knowing what it is that the commission is suggesting is not possible. And so you're going to need some investment, and that will require some funding. And so I think that nobody is suggesting that the council would be approving by approving the budget, spending $6,000 to redo a City Hall lawn. But there has to be some ability without having, in my view anyway, to come back with each little bit of a process of developing a concept for some of these projects. And so there needs to be some direction that allows folks to do some of the work, to present things to you in a way that you can adequately evaluate it.
I do appreciate that, but I also think about all of our other committees, and the Sustainability Committee is the only committee that wants money up front to put together something for the council to decide. All of our other committees are able to bring a concept forward. Now, with that said, with all due respect, I totally see what you're saying, because the more information, the more details, the more complete of a decision we can make. But when we talk about things conceptually, we can absolutely, if the council says, you know what, I'm interested in this, you know what, we'd like you to work with staff to maybe develop a plan and allocate, a little bit of funding for that.
Right.
But it's really got to come that way. And
But I think if you have a mindset that you are not really in favor of this and it's a waste of money, and I think I hear what Rocky Whitson, Dr. Whitson saying, is that we need to be able to show you the value and see the concept so that you can have a very clear because it is new. Sustainability, environmental things are very new and different. And a lot of people have a mindset that is very negative towards it, spending money. And so I think that's kind of what
I'm just saying that it has been an issue that there are some components of analysis, even to know if some of these things should be brought to you, that the volunteers on the committee cannot do themselves. And
I
so that's
appreciate
what
that.
that's about.
I appreciate that, and I thank you for your public comment. We shouldn't be having discussion back and forth. It's late, so I thank you. We'll refrain from commenting. I forgot during public comment we just received, so. Yes,
I'll be brief. I'm Kathy Johnson. I'm with the Sustainability Advisory Committee. And I just want to echo what Rocky was saying and what Mike was saying. And, you're talking about staff time, and we give a lot of our time, the committee. I'm talking specifically about the glyphosate project, and I'm kind of working on in the back because I don't have a recommendation for you. I spend a lot of time, I work with staff. And for what Joe wants to do for the lawn, we have to have a little bit of money to do the concept, to bring to you, because if he came to you and gave a description of what he wanted to do, you guys would ask for something a little bit more. And we need to put in that concept to get some bids and to do some front work on it. And doing that lawn is like one thing that we've been talking about for quite some time. And we've had resistance from city managers and from the city council
saying that we don't necessarily want to change that lawn and we would change it for the better. It would be a very big improvement to how City Hall looks, and it would be saying to everybody who comes to Auburn, is we really care about sustainability, we care about our environment, and we have a lawn in our City Hall that doesn't need a lot of water because it's got native vegetation. And all of that work just takes a little bit ahead of time. And everybody on the committee is very thorough before we bring something to you, like we looked at our list of what we're asking for. And we thought about it, we talked about all of it pretty long and hard, and none of it really requires a lot of staff. If you look at it, none of it, very little of it. I mean, Joe for the front lawn is going to be giving of himself because he's an expert in that field. He's going to be donating that time. That's going to be an in-kind service, something you don't have to pay a landscaper. The things that we're going to be paying for, or the city is going to be paying for, is to get us to where we need to go to make some thoughtful decisions on getting that lawn in place. And that goes towards kind of everything else that we're doing as well. And it's not, we are trying to put any kind of, like, we're not carte blanche. We're not asking for money just because we think we want to spend it on something and we have all these grand ideas. These are well thought out things that we want to do. And some of them may seem kind of simple, and now we're putting maybe the cart before the horse, but we're really not. And I would just ask you to, when you're looking at this stuff, if it's something's vague and you need a question and you have a question, come to us and ask us, because we're more than happy to make these recommendations, because this is what this committee is for. We want to make sure that the city of Auburn, we're committed to make the city of Auburn, you know, socially, economically, and environmentally responsible so the community can benefit it from a whole and have a better well-being, and understand that we're not just trying to put things forward because we have nothing better to do. We all have jobs, we all have families, and we are giving our time for this as well. And that's just pretty much how I wanted to cap it off.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any other additional public comment? Madam Clerk, any comment? All right, the next budget on our list is Shaq's budget. I trust that everyone's had an opportunity to take a look at their budget. I think they're asking for less money than last year. And really, their mission is very singular, really. I know, Sandy, you're the liaison to the committee now, and I served on it for 2 years. You know, really, the tiles for the most part pay for themselves. Yes, through the third party. So, are there any questions on the Shaq's budget? Any public comment on Shaq's budget? Okay, I think we're done with the discussion on the committee commission's budget. I'm sorry, council, I need to have a short break before we continue on here. So just have a quick break. We've got 5 minutes. All right. We're going to go ahead and bring this back. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for being patient as we go through this process. We were just talking with the city manager, talking about how it's important that we really dive into this issue and make this process a little easier for everyone, you know, when it comes to budget requests and project approvals and things of that nature. So I know that we will be seeing that work in the future. All right, Mr. City Manager, I think you said you wanted to talk about solar next?
Yeah, the second issue that we definitely would like to get direction on tonight is the solar project. So Councilmembers Amara and Berlant asked to have this put back on the agenda for discussion and for potential funding for solar on the police department roof and the solar carport. Is that those two, right? And so looking at the packet and the total dollar amount for that, PD roof and carport is listed at 483,744. We just need direction from you all. If you want to do that, and if you do, where the funding would come from it. If you do want to fund it, at this point, the only place that I would recommend taking it from would be the unallocated reserves.
So I just want to be clear, because I was reading at the same time. You're saying that the only request, because all of them are listed here on page 491 of our packet. You have fire station 1, 2, and 3, city hall roof and carport, and then PD roof and carport. You're saying, I would really ask this, I guess, of our two council members that asked this item to be on the agenda. Are you saying you're only asking for PD roof and carport at this time,
Yes, that's,
Madam Councilwoman?
yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
And,
Oh, please.
yeah, no.
This is, you can,
Okay. And just to point your attention on the staff report, I think that was very clear. The staff report pointed out that, you know, this council was very astute in applying for the NEM2 application. We have it on file with PG&E, so we have to install solar within 3 years to take advantage of that. So I guess what I would like to say is I want to refresh our memories. You know, we always want to go back to our priorities. And our priorities, we, as a city council, the last 2 years ago, came up with 8 priorities. And I'm going to go really fast through them. High performance government, safe community, quality infrastructure, small town charm, culture and entertainment, airport, solar priorities, sustainability through environmental planning, transit, economic programs, and fiscal sustainability. So, you know, I think we need a strategy then to maximize our potential, to maximize the opportunity with the NEM2 and our savings with electric. And we already approved the courtyard, excellent. The police station should be done this year with the canopy, city hall next year. That would give us 3 large opportunities to complete the solar site, 3 solar sites. And with that, we can realize more than $100,000 in energy savings annually, and with the increased cost of electricity, even more. And the police station, which was of an interest to most of the council here, as you know, we received back Energy Pro savings report, and they said it would cost $485,000 for installation, which could be paid outright or financed partially. So based on the city estimate of 108 kilowatt hours of energy use at the police station, there is an adequate space on the roof for 80 kilowatt system and a 40 kilowatt canopy to accommodate an electrified fleet. And on page 486 of our proposed staff report, it talks about allocating $1 million primarily for future purchases of police and transit vehicles, and recognizing that gas vehicles will have to be replaced in the future with electric vehicles. And so we need to install solar on the police station and the canopy to accommodate the electrified fleet. And this would serve that purpose per Energy Pro's bid. So furthermore, under the Inflation Reduction Act, the $485,000 we could recoup right off, and the company would help us recoup $140,000 back. So it'd come down to $345,000. And so the question we have then is, where would the funds come from? Priority of council, priority is fiscal responsibility. In that regard, we have, as you know, an $8 million budget. The general fund financial forecast indicates over the next 4 years, we're going to be accumulating another 3.5 million in reserves. All of these funds, a lot of our funds are sitting in different categories with minimal rate of return. So I propose that we remove $500,000 to pay for the police station and canopy, and we will recoup some of that money back. But in any case, that would start the process. And this is a small percentage of our total reserve, either from the economic contingency or the unobligated funds, or any amounts, in any of the other funds, including the vehicle fund, 100,000 from that. Whatever is the, our city manager recommends. And statistics show, the important thing is that statistics show within 7 years of implementation, the energy savings will have paid for the cost of the project. So in the future, our savings will be of the magnitude of $100,000 annually and maybe more. This is a 20% rate of return on our investment. And we can use this money in the future for other projects. So I believe it's a prudent investment. I think we should act now. We have a 3-year window. That's why this is important. We have the money. In reference to grant opportunities, I think that's vague. It would require substantial dedicated staff time. The one grant that's referenced is not solar specific. It doesn't indicate whether it pertains to budgeted or unbudgeted projects. We already know that, or we know that there could be matching funds required. So I propose then that we still fund the police station with a canopy. And if the council wants to pursue the grant, then we can apply it to any other sites. That would be my recommendation. Councilman Belan.
Thank you. The reason that I seconded putting this on the agenda for discussion was, we've really beat up solar. And, there was a lot of push for us a couple months ago to try to meet some deadlines. But based on, I think today my lens of this discussion is an investment. But I am curious, and understanding it's your first day, and I don't know if other staff, can jump in here, but I guess I was under the impression when we made the decision to move forward with submitting to the PUC the project that we did, that we were kind of at a cap that we were already at. And so I guess my question, and Gary, I don't know if this is for you or for other staff, but do we still have the ability to actually invest in this project and be able to qualify? Or was there a cap from the last decision?
I can answer that. Oh, a cap in money? You mean?
Well, let's let Gary.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's a cap in the amount of money that the city can spend. There are contracting issues with using the same contractor now that you've used this contractor on an earlier scope of the work. And that's something that we previously discussed at council meetings. I'll go into more detail if you all would like.
So the bottom line,
Yeah.
thank you for that. So that was based on the contracting rules, but if, as a new project, if we were to allocate $485,000, it would then go back out to bid. Anybody could bid for it, and the cap or from the last bid really is irrelevant. So we still could move forward with this project should the council or majority agree.
Yes, provided that the contractor that's done the earlier stage of the work and submitting the plans that have already been submitted is not the contractor selected for the next phase.
Got it. And I guess just my last question was, I thought we were in a rush of, towards the end of last year, and you can answer this as well, but I thought we were in a rush because we had a deadline to meet that already came and went to meet the PUC's timeframes. How does that play into this if we chose to move forward with it?
We did do it, and we met the deadline, and we were approved. And so we have 3 years now to act on it to maximize the savings that we put into realize. So, yeah, we did meet it, yes.
Got it. Okay.
It was for the NEM 2.0, it was to come under that higher paying,
And
for
so
the
we
town.
submitted all 7 projects?
Yeah.
yes, the
Okay.
council voted to.
But we only
submit them.
moved forward with
with
the
5
one based on the contracting.
So far.
Yes, we approved a contract. We authorized Energy Pro to not only submit the application, but then to move forward with the solar installation at the courtyard.
Mentor Lean, Public Works Manager. I just wanted to make one clarification. We submitted 6 sites, not 7. We elected
that's
not
right.
to do the wastewater treatment plant.
Because
But
there's
the other
already,
6 sites were submitted to PG&E and have approved plans.
Great, thank you.
Courtyard is in the process of getting parts. The contractor is ready to go. We're anticipating about a month and a half based on some minor things that they're unable to get currently.
Thank you, Menjo, for that clarification. Thank you for kind of the re-education for me. I guess I for one would support the idea of an investment of dollars, not looking at it as an expense, though it is an expense, but of an investment. And I think the point is valid that we have a lot of contingency funds for important pieces. Some of them, are longer term, specifically, some of the, our outlooks for revenue with some of our industries, I don't think are next year type of items. Same thing with our pension obligation. We know that, CalPERS, in the long term, we need to have those funds. But I, for one, would support at least a discussion of allocating dollars to invest into doing solar, knowing that in the long run, there's a savings.
I'm going to reserve my comment for last. Councilwoman Renell Harrison, public comment.
Thank you. I'm in full support of putting solar on the police station. I've said that for a long time. I think it's great. We're gonna have fleet issues just like out at Courtyard. I know Mengel's working on a fleet plan so we can figure out exactly how much we need where to meet all of our vehicle needs. I think all of that is great. I don't dispute that it'll be great savings for us when we end up getting there. The thing is that we have an opportunity right now that we won't probably ever have again, where there's billions of dollars going into energy projects. I just recently went to an energy conference and they called it an opportunado because there's just so much money. It is hard to go after in the respect that you have to have staff, but we actually do have a budgeted person for working on grants that we haven't filled yet. So I feel like it might be a good idea to focus on getting that grant person filled and going and spending a little bit of time going after it so we might even be able to get 3 of our projects done. They have a lot of money available, especially for what are considered small towns and rural. USDA has money, DOE has money, transportation has money. There is just a lot that's out there. A lot of it hasn't necessarily been, the rules and guidelines haven't been figured out. So that's why we don't have a lot of details on it right now. But over the next 2 or 3 years, even the EECBG money is not allocated from the federal government when it's towns are as small as us. It has to go through the state. But the nice thing about that is they're doing vouchers. So that way you just get the money as long as you tell them the appropriate project and you don't have to go through an effort on reporting and all the things that federal grants normally entail. So we'll get a chunk of money from that. It won't be huge. But I think in some of the grant classes that I've been to recently and all of the money, I feel like not just for solar, but for energy efficiency, for our electric vehicles, for charging stations, it's going to be really beneficial for us if we can get that grant person on board. And I do know for a fact that many of those grants are a supplement, not supplant grant. So if we put it in the budget, then we cannot get the money for it because there will be an issue with saying that we already have that money budgeted. I don't mind if they don't pan out, maybe in 6 months and things aren't going our way, because we're going to have to probably use the unobligated funds either way. If we wait 6 months, the unobligated funds will still be there and maybe we'll know whether those grants are going to pan out or not. But I'd hate to spend the $300,000 or $400,000 on a project that we could possibly get 100% or at least mostly paid for. Most of them don't have matching grants. They sometimes have time, but we normally do that with the time and energy it takes to do these projects anyway. So I would just say just because we've never seen billions of dollars put in the energy sector before, and I know that many of our neighboring cities are actually putting solar on rooftops in city buildings. I know Roseville is with some of the grant money. It might be worth our while just taking our time getting that grant person on board and seeing if we can get that free money rather than paying for it. We'll still have the same payback. Maybe it's delayed 6 months, but I think it would be well worth the cost.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a follow-up on that?
A follow-up, yes,
Yeah.
and then Councilman Holmes. also.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I guess, to Councilwoman Rodell Harris's point, we approved 11 months ago a grants position, if I'm not mistaken. And so, again, I get it, it's your first day, but, to really have this conversation of, potential money that they could access, 11 months later, we haven't got a grant because we haven't hired the person to get the grant. And so where does this cycle, end? And so, I kind of sit here in the middle, just to be honest with you. I don't know if, waiting, is the right answer, but I guess I would look to you to see in day one, do you have a timeline of when you would hire that person to come on board? Because I will make remind us to go back into the minutes from a meeting that I don't know off the top of my head here, but I could find it, where we talked about prioritizing that person to help the Greater Auburn Fire Safe Council, garner money as well. And so, this may have to be project 2 if that was our direction.
If it's budgeted and if it's funded, and if council's already directed us to do it, and it's a priority to do it, it's a priority to get it done as soon as possible. So with our new HR director on board, we'll get that recruitment out and filled pretty quickly here, hopefully.
I think that's really going to be key now that we have an HR director on board and that we can get out and recruit and get that person hired. I think everybody here agrees 100% that we need to get that position filled ASAP, regardless of this issue, just in general, it needs to be funded.
And the question's gonna be like, is it, and I don't know the answer to this, is it a dedicated, you're only working on grants, or is it an admin analyst who can do all the stuff, including writing grants? That would probably be better. I don't know what it's funded at, though. I gotta look at that and figure
And
it out.
you'll have to take, yes, but I was just gonna say, you can take a look at the
Yeah.
job description and
Right.
everything. I'd like to ask Councilman Holmes, you had a question or a comment?
I have a suggestion,
Oh, please.
and that is that, we take a look at going out with an RFP to see what, because we've already got one contractor that's working on something else, at the corporation yard, but go out with a request for proposals, and that might include both the city hall and the police department, and see what kind of response we get. And, we might be surprised as to what they might be able to offer.
And I think we would actually have to do that, Councilman, because we can't use the contractor that did the application. So if the council.
Yes, well, my recollection is the way this developed was, they went out with requests for qualification, and then that was transferred into a decision on which contractor was gonna be used and so forth.
Mental, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So we wouldn't necessarily go out with a request for proposal because remember, we already went out for a request for proposal for this project. So what we would do is go out to bid for it because we already have what the project would look like submitted to PG&E.
So we've already crossed that bridge.
Correct.
We have the scope.
We have the scope of work, so the proposal period is done.
Yeah.
Now we would just go out for bid based on,
And we would probably do it as a bid and then a bid alternate. So the
Correct.
main bid would be for the PD, the bid alternate would be for City Hall. That way you can do both or you can do one or the other. So you're not, it's basically the same thing that you're asking for, Councilmember Holmes. It's just terminology is different. It's a bid, not an RFP.
Well, I don't recall that we went out with a request for proposals on,
We did on the, for the application for solar, for the applications for PG&E, we did. Yeah, we went out, we did an RFP for those. And there were, 3 different, I believe, 3.
there were four
Or one didn't
proposals.
submit, one didn't, like, was not considered because it wasn't completed, didn't provide enough information or something.
Correct. So if I can remind Councilmember Holmes, the deadline was April 14th to meet the NEM 2.0 deadline. And what happened was staff 2 weeks prior to that went out with a request for proposals. And we received 4 of them at that point. And the Energy Savings Pro was selected at that point because they were the lowest vendor.
okay, well,
Do you have another question, Councilman Holmes, or another suggestion?
No, I don't remember that, but.
Oh, you don't remember that? Oh, yeah, I do. I remember that. Councilwoman Riddell Harris, do you have a question?
As far as staffing is concerned, I know you're doing the courtyard project this year and you've got many other projects going on. Do you have time? I mean, yes, if it's council bill, you'll free stuff in, but is this something that you have the bandwidth to handle without additional staff to do a secondary solar project during the school year? Since you're gonna be still working on the courtyard project?
I would say it would be beneficial to add that additional staff member we were just speaking about.
Okay, a grant person, but not someone in your group to actually help you manage the project and things. Do you have the bandwidth within your group to get the project?
So having a dedicated grant person at the city would relieve some of my time because right now I'm currently writing grants for this project and other projects much like it. So,
Application.
so it would relieve some time for me and yeah.
So all things mean we need to get the grant. person. Thank you.
All right, so I haven't commented yet. Well, I've heard some comments today. During this discussion, there were comments and there was questions. So, I think that the council knows where I am on this issue. I've been pretty strong. I supported the submittal of the application and the pursuing of, a solar at the Corp Yard. It was in our budget last year. And I also recognize the fact that, really with the vehicles, we had the storage capacity because, as far as I'm concerned, right now, solar makes the most sense when you have storage capacity, and storage capacity is just very expensive right now. Hopefully, it will go down, which is really the purpose of NEM 2.0, is to stimulate the storage market, is really what it is. So I have concerns. I think that I appreciate that there would be a savings, a potential savings, but I have not seen anything, an economic analysis that's shown us exactly how much we would save if it's truly $100,000 in savings from, if we did solar at the PD, with the roof and the carport. I appreciate that, Councilwoman, Amara has stated that, but we have not done an audit. We have not had anything, this council has not approved any documentation that would demonstrate the actual savings received, especially if the council were to have to finance a project versus take the monies out of existing sources, e.g. the reserves. Certainly interested in the Inflation Act rebate. I don't know how easy or difficult it is to secure funds from that, but anytime we can get money either in grants or rebates, I'm always for that. But I think that, we moved forward and we certainly submitted, and I will say, I really have to applaud staff's efforts. We got those applications submitted in a timely fashion and we made that deadline. I really had my questions about whether or not we were going to be able to do it, and we did. So a huge testament and appreciation to staff for helping make that happen. And with that said, Councilwoman Amara has indicated that we do, as we all know, we have 3 years to construct solar at any of these sites now that the applications have been approved. And one item that's of concern to me, I know that we're kind of going in reverse here, but we also are talking about tonight about our fiscal management policies, and there's a recommendation of reallocation of our reserve monies, and which I fully support. We're going to have that discussion. With that said, staff are currently recommending that the unfunded, that the unobligated fund balance would drop down to $852,000. And so taking 500,000 out leaves us with a very small amount of money in that unobligated fund balance, which would be available if something, we had some emergency or something were to happen. I would hate to drop that unobligated fund balance so low. That's just as a concern to me from a fiscal perspective, taking all that money out. And I just would not be supportive of doing that. I think that it's critical that we increase our economic contingency reserve, and that's what staff is recommending, because, we do know that we are going to run into issues with regards to revenue streams and so forth. And we need to plan for that. And we've discussed this as a council as well in previous meetings. So I'm not supporting taking money out of that unobligated fund balance to almost deplete it for the solar at the PD, roof and carport. I think that, you know, there should be an economic analysis done to show what the savings would be specifically on that. And I think that we have some time. Next year, I don't know what situation we will be. You know, remember, council, that, you know, just a couple months ago, we were projected at coming in at a deficit for our budget. And staff went through and made cuts to ensure that we could balance our budget. And that's a concern to me. I also am very cognizant of the fact that we will have to make a fiscal commitment, a sustainable fiscal commitment to address our labor negotiations packages that are coming forward to us. And that in order to ensure that occurs, we have to look at sustainable funding sources. And that's something, again, I'm not going to discuss that. That's something we discussed in closed session, but I just put that on the table that we know that there will be an obligation there to meet those needs. And so I'd like to have that done before we talk about an expenditure of this magnitude. I would just encourage that we get through that process and that we do have some time, because again, we've got 3 years to make this happen. It probably would, you know, again, if the council's desire was to move forward with the bid, I would actually suggest that we do an RFP that would include that fiscal analysis to demonstrate what the cost savings would actually be. So I would know that, just versus, there were some audits done, but it looked at a whole bunch of different things. It looked at solar, it looked at purchasing lights, and that wasn't something that was authorized by the council. But we haven't seen that. I haven't seen the evidence. I haven't seen the documentation that tells me that this investment is going to cause this return. I do appreciate the fact that the city of Auburn, and also whether or not it's cost effective with regards to what our cost is for power. You know, we do pay a little bit more, about $11,000 more a year to have renewable energy. The city is the only jurisdiction under Pioneer's authority that actually subscribes to 100% renewable. So we're already doing what's right by the environment in that particular respect. I've tried to get my colleagues on board from other cities and counties to do the same. So it's not like we're ignoring the environmental importance of this particular issue. We have taken action and did that on an unanimous vote. So I am not ready to support moving forward at this time. I think there are a magnitude of varying factors that need to be considered before this council should make an investment of this type, especially given the fact that we've got to discuss that compensation. So that's my comments at this point. We can continue to have some discussion, or I can open it up to public comment. Did we have public comment and then bring it back?
I'd like to hear from the public. and
Okay,
bring it
I'll go ahead and open public comment at this time. I think she was first. She was just from behind, so. And if you just state your name for the record, I'd really appreciate it, even if it's just your first name. But just
Lori Rowland, like roll on the land. You know, when I drive out to Placer County to the building department, I am so excited because they have put solar in. And I feel like when I walk in there, I'm in, you know, the presence of people that have done what they're asking me to do when I build a house. And when people come into the building department here, they're required to put solar on. And I was walking on this weekend and I happened to run into Sandy, and I happened to bring the conversation of solar came up. And I was over here at the parking lot first, and there was a lady there that I had never met. And she wanted to know why I lived in a city that was so far behind at the times. I thought, what do you mean? And she said, you don't have solar on your public buildings. And I thought, interesting. So I was going to bring this up to Sandy, and our solar came up, and then she said you were going to discuss it tonight, hopefully. And so that's really why I came. But I just have to say that we need to lead with example to our citizens, as the council would be, to our children as parents, and do things that make things better. Had you guys done this a few years ago, you would be looking at different situations right now. I know the money is tight, and but I just think that solar is an absolute fantastic way to roll forward with the future and to look futuristic and with the time. So
Just to correct the record, we do have solar at the wastewater treatment facility. We've had that there for about 15 years, I think. And then, we did approve solar at our courtyard.
Cool, but when you drive through town, you do not see that. When you get off the freeway, what do you see? These two buildings, you know, so just saying.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I know we have additional public comment.
My name is Paul Aronowitz, and I've been a resident of Auburn for 40-something years. I'm an attorney in town. I'm also a property owner in town. And all of the buildings I own in Auburn, which compromise with my partners probably about close to 150,000 square feet, all have solar. And they've all paid for themselves over and over again. My house has had solar for 20 years. It's disappointing that the council wouldn't actually look at this as an investment, which it is. Wherever your money is, it's not going to make you what the solar would make you, number one. Number two, I think you're going to be faced with a demand for electricity going forward just because the conversion to electric cars, if nothing else. So there's a huge demand for electricity. The estimation of the number of power plants we're going to need in this state just to fuel electric cars is going to be hard to maintain. So I think like waiting, and I can understand waiting for the grants, but after sitting through this meeting and hearing all of the delays and other issues that have not been met, I think by just saying, well, we're going to wait, you may wait so long that it never happens. And so I would be really disappointed if the council didn't go forward and at least agree, if they're not going to fund it now in the budget, which I understand you're not approving tonight anyway, but that if they're not going to approve it now, that they don't set a time, come back to review it again and decide that if we don't get a grant by a certain date, we will then look at one fund or another to take the money out of it and improve it. And to just keep kicking it down the can down the road is to me a big mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if that was directed to me.
I'm Rocky Whitson. I've been a resident of Auburn for quite some time. And I would just like to point out that the economic analysis of the benefit of solar installations on public buildings has been done time and time and time again by neighboring jurisdictions, and it's clear how that has turned out. And while I think it's absolutely the right thing to say that the analysis should show that there will be a positive return on investment of putting on solar panels onto city buildings, that ought to be a priority, not put off until we somehow get to doing the analysis. If Mayor Cavillo, you're not convinced that there's data enough to support it, then given the potential return, that ought to be number one priority in terms of fiscal responsibility for the city to get that in front of the council so you feel like you can make an informed decision. The jurisdictions around you that have done it have found that their analyses support it. So maybe it's different here, maybe it's different in the new regime, but you got the NIM 2 applications approved, so it ought to make sense. It's made sense for everybody else.
Greg Rowland. I've been in the fringes of the solar industry forever, and I know the analysis will prove out to be in your best interest. And you can, as Michael said, put it into the bid package to give an analysis of at least the energy that's going to be produced by each proposal. It won't cost you anything to do that. And then you'll have the data from, I imagine, many firms would bid, so you would have quite a few analysis. And they'll be close. None of them will be 100%. They'll all be very close. So you'll know that you're going to save money, and it's probably gonna be a tremendous benefit. And doing both buildings at once would be a cost savings also. So the A, B, two alternatives, you could even do three, you could do the, parking, whatever, I guess at the police station, or out here like the county did. So I would highly recommend that you do that, because the city council doesn't do many things that can actually make them money. It's not a criticism, it's sort of a statement of fact. Most governments cost us money. Very few things you do make us money. And so I would definitely, support, and I'm sure the community would support more solar here. Thank you.
Kathy Johnson, resident of Auburn, Sustainability Advisory Committee. And I get the fact about the storage, solar, that's one of the big problems about solar is the storage. But the technology is really ramping up, and there's other cities, like the city of Napa, and I wish I would have brought some more information, but the city of Napa is actually really moving forward with the ability to store and going, because they're going completely electric. There's going to be no gas, it's all going to be electric, and it's all going to be via storage through their vehicles, through storage boxes, because now you can buy the personal boxes in your house. I don't want to promote any company, but there's companies out there that it's accessible to independent homeowners to now take the solar from their panels on their roof and store it. And that technology is ramping up really fast because it's a recognized issue. And I think that waiting, because 3 years goes by really fast, and I think by waiting, we don't want to miss that opportunity. And I agree, having a grant person so we can get funding to pay for these things, that's priority. But also I think our priority is to put the solar panels on the easy things, like putting on top of the police department. And I'm not a solar panel expert, but that doesn't seem like a huge task, and it doesn't take too much away from the efforts that we're doing that the city does for other projects. And the payoff is good. And there's requirements that, a lot of new buildings be solar. So we should move up with that time too. And I would be more than happy, I'm going to commit some time here, but I'd be more than happy to put together a summary of how this, because I've worked with the city of Napa on their storage, to maybe give some information on how storage is being used in a very progressive fashion.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Madam Clerk, is there any comment online?
There's not.
Okay. All right, so again, I was just going to say that we're just looking for really a consensus. We're not making a motion. We're just having consensus, correct? City Manager, Mr. City Manager. Yes, Madam
One
Councilman.
more quick question. Since the police station is, I don't know if it's historic, but it's in a historic area, right? Is there any issue with putting solar on historic buildings? I just want to make sure, because we've got historic review folks and things, and sometimes solar, I just wanted to make sure that there's no issues as we're going through all this. So can we make sure that somebody looks into that so we don't get hung up later on that issue? That's all I'm saying.
Might be something if it was on City Hall.
That's what I'm saying. City Hall, I mean, as we're putting things on historic things, some people get more
Police
questions.
department is not on
Yeah.
the,
It's
Okay.
not, the police department's not on the
Okay,
National Historic.
just making sure, I don't know what's on what list, and I just want to make sure that we check that out, because sometimes historic stuff can really delay things. I would want that.
Mayor,
Yeah.
yeah, I just, you know where I stand. I don't want to belabor it, but I think we need to move forward. And again, if we want to apply for grants, that's great. We could do it and use it for other sites. But I don't think we should delay. This is an opportunity. It's pretty clear. In fact, it's very clear. I think we also brought up, I think Councilwoman Riddell Harris brought up last time, you said there's these grants out there, and I think staff spent a lot of time looking, and the one they came up with was before us, so we can't speculate. I think it makes perfect sense, and it's prudent and reasonable, and we need to allocate money and move forward. And if we do get grants, great. If we get a grant writer, even better. But we can't really delay. We have 3-year opportunity. And I don't see us benefiting by delaying the whole notion. And again, as Mr. Rowland said, he's still here, we can find out in our bidding process the savings, which obviously is important, but I think we'll come to realize that this is a very good investment, and in the future, I think we're looking far ahead, and we're not, wasting our time. We put a lot of energy into applying, and so we have this window of opportunity that many cities don't have now, many landowners. So we need to move forward. Just makes perfect sense.
Councilman Berlant?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just closing on this item, I just want to counter your comment, though. I completely agree with the fiscal component that we need to make sure we're looking at, but I just want to be clear that our general fund reserve is not changing. It is remaining $8.5 million. We, as a council, are choosing to put it into new reserves and bumping up some of the other reserves. And those reserves are very critical. And I made this comment in previous meetings that I realized that having even $8.5 million in reserves is not something that councils before us always had. In fact, that is a very healthy number from where we are being. My only comment is many of the new categories that we have created, including fund balance reserve for future projects, major equipment, and vehicle replacement reserves are all very worthy, but those would be perfect opportunities to take and invest in solar to then again be able to see the savings in 5-6 years. Your point's valid that we don't have a city specific study, but I think it'd be very hard, especially for you to be the chair of Pioneer, to argue that the cost of electricity continues to go up every single year. And so to be able to somewhat be able to recoup generating our own energy and drive down some of the continued costs is going to be a savings, if not just to maintain us even without doing a study. So again, I guess the comment I made from the beginning remains the same. $8.5 million in general reserves, to me, still lends itself to a prudent fiscal set aside while being able to invest into something that will turn around some savings in the out years.
Thank you very much, Councilman Berlant. I think, again, I supported solar at the Courtyard. I am concerned about the funding source. I recognize an $8.5 million reserve, but I support what staff is recommending for the allocation. I think that's fiscally prudent. There are many things that we could invest in the city that would have a great return. This could potentially be one. I don't know what the actual savings would be for the city for this because we didn't do that economic analysis. But again, my issue really is taking money out of reserve, number one. Number two, I strongly believe that we should move forward with Courtyard, and that's sufficient. I'm starting to get tired now. I'm not able to formulate my arguments very well anymore, but I just can't support, I cannot support a $500,000 investment in solar at the police department at this time. In a year's course, perhaps I can if there's grants that are available or what have you. But I did support the Courtyard, and I am looking forward to seeing how that goes. I also want to see how things run with that, because we do have solar at the wastewater treatment plant, and that solar is not functioning at 100%, and we haven't even been able to really manage that entirely. And so I'm concerned about that as well. Solar does require maintenance. I want to know what the costs are associated with maintenance. Solar does have to be replaced over time, just like our vehicles and everything else. So it's not like this is an investment for the rest of our life. We're going to have to, things break down, and it will have to be replaced at some point. I think life is around 25 years or maybe 20 years. I'm not sure now with the technology, but I'm just not comfortable in making the investment. I already agreed to the Courtyard. And so for me, myself, knowing the impact that our negotiations are going to have on the budget and what we may have to do in order to achieve that, I think that there's a greater discussion there. If funds are moved around or what have you. So I'm just not comfortable supporting this in this budget at this time. And, so I just need to say that, and I'll give everyone one more chance to, three of us have said a last statement. So I will give you, Councilman Holmes, if you'd like to say a final thing, and Councilwoman Riddell Harris, and then, we will be able to determine what the consensus is, so please.
Well, I don't know it's gonna be the final thing, but,
It's gonna be the final
I-
thing, Councilman Holmes, because I have the.
Yeah, well,
gavel
oh,
Just for
that's tonight. You're talking about tonight.
tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Well-
because again, we're just looking at,
Well, I will repeat. My suggestion is that we go out with an RFP at the,
no, I think he wants the economics, what you're saying.
with, yes, suggestions that if there are grants, that the respondee, lets us know where these grants might be. And, the county did an RFP and got, several different responses. They selected one that seemed to be the best at saving them, a good deal of money, in their parking lots and so forth in various places in the county. So, but that, it seems that I don't think we've got the staff that could do that, but an independent contractor responding to an RFP could do that and give us all or most of the detail that we want and make us clear which direction we would go.
So just for clarification purposes, Councilman Holmes, are you stating that, because we're trying to reach a consensus, are you, supporting allocating funds from the reserves or I mean, is that something that you'd lean towards? It sounds like, because you're talking about doing an RFP and then making a decision, is that what you're saying?
Yes, depending on what the,
What the RFP says, okay, so you
because the RFP may come back and say, well, you don't need to use any of your savings here.
you can do something else.
Yeah,
Okay.
and certainly it would be less than what, what's in the, proposal here.
Thank you. Councilwoman Riddell Harris?
Yes, thank you. I don't have to be convinced of the value of solar. I've worked in solar for 12, 13 years now, and in electrification for, gosh, 10. So I think it's all beneficial. I think I think that it's great on the police station. I think that the economics get a lot better if it's free versus paying $400,000 for it, to be perfectly, and the payback gets a lot better. So these grants are not nebulous. It's not like they don't exist. I'm going after several of them for Roseville right now. The question is, you have to have someone who can go through the millions and billions of dollars and find one that applies to your particular city, because they each have different criteria. So having that staff person go through, I think it's worth 6 or 9 months. Maybe we all agree on a date and time on which we make that decision again, but I would hate to exclude us from being able to take advantage of that money if we later find it with this grants person, but we have it in the budget, so we can't use it on this project and we have to pay the $400,000 for it, so. Huh? I know, but we don't have extra $400,000 right now, so I'd rather get this for free and use that for the maintenance on Central Square or doing stuff down in School Park. There's lots of things we could be spending money on right now. And I think if we can get free money from the government, I'd rather use that.
We'll let Councilwoman Riddell
So-
Harris finish, please, because I did allow everyone to have that opportunity.
So I think there's MOU things that we need to do. We need to pay for a general plan, which is $3 million. We've only figured out 1 for so far. And if we can get $400,000 or $500,000, maybe we could even do more than one project through the grant.
But this is to spend money to make money. It's not. to
Agreed, and
spend money
that-
that's
I
down
I
the
just
drain.
want to respect that Councilwoman Riddell Harris has the floor, because I did give everyone the opportunity to speak, and so without, we all spoke, I understand, but we all had a chance to make a closing statement.
I understand that that the cost, how the cost benefit works. And I understand that you get your money back. I just know the cost benefit works out a lot better if somebody else pays for it. And so I'd like the opportunity to try to figure out if we can get the government to pay for it, since there are millions of dollars that are allocated for this exact purpose.
That's
that
what
we
you said
would-
2 weeks, or a month
So-
ago.
So I think
no one-
that council,
You
council,
said that a month ago, and no one came up with any grant.
There's
So-
an ECBG grant that's due in July that we just need to fill out a 2-page form. It's really simple. We have. a
okay,
staff-
okay, council members, please, through the
We just
chair.
have to have a staff person able to do it, and they're busy. So having that grant person will help.
Okay, so I just want to bring this back, and what I'm hearing at this point in time is that we have 2 council members that are in support of putting the solar at the police department in the budget, taking monies from reserves to fund that. 3 council members that are not in support of doing that at this moment for this budget. I believe that we're looking for consensus.
Well, actually, I would,
I
support,
wanna-
Councilmember, Holmes's comment that he made of going and doing an RFP.
Yes,
Yeah,
but that
I
is
would
not,
too.
what I will say though, is that going out for an RFP is not the same as including in the budget solar. So Councilman Holmes, and that's why I asked for clarification, is supporting, something completely different. The 3 of us are on, we are all coming from a different perspective. But my point is there are only 2 council members that have expressed specific interest in including in the budget solar for PD using monies from reserves. Councilman Holmes has indicated that he'd like to go out for RFP to determine the economic and fiscal impacts of solar. That's not the same thing as saying, put it in the budget. Councilwoman Riddell Harris is saying that she supports solar 1,000%, but she is not supporting using reserve funds. She's supporting grants. I'm not saying I'm just saying that I'm not willing to put this in the budget at this point in time. So with that said, that's where I'm talking about. We have 2 council members that are willing to put that in the budget. We don't have a majority at this time.
Well, I disagree. I think the discussion needs to continue a little further then, because I'm unclear as to Councilman Holmes.
Well, let's let Councilman Holmes,
Well,
what I'd like
I
to
mean,
do,
this is.
because with all due
Council-
respect, because we're talking about getting a consensus so we can put something forward for the budget. And so this is where we're having this. We've done this on all the discussions with regards to the committee. And so Councilman Holmes, if perhaps you'd like to clarify your position for the purposes of the council, that I would invite you, if you feel that you've made your point enough, I will give you the floor, Councilman. You have the floor.
Oh, I thought you said I'd already spoken.
Well, yeah, the gavel, but
Oh.
it sounds, I am honoring Councilwoman Amara's request that.
Okay, well, yeah, I was nervous when this first came up before I got on the council, that invitations went out for qualifications, and then suddenly they became requests for proposals. And I know that when the county did theirs, which was quite larger than what the city would be, that they went out with requests for proposals. They had several, and part of the program that they adopted was that the county didn't have to put up a lot of the money for the infrastructure to build all the parking and, stuff like that. And that, so they're selling part of the money that they save goes to, it's under a contract, goes back to the people who constructed the facility.
Like a PPA or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it seems to me that we could very quickly get a response or several responses for a request for proposals that could be within a couple months, and then we could evaluate that and then move forward depending on what the result was of the RFP.
Thank you, Councilman Holmes. All right, I think that, I think that we have I think that we have, demonstrated where the council is at this point in time. Mr. City Manager, do you need further discussion? Gary, are you wanting to say something? I would certainly welcome.
Yeah, I just wonder from staff's perspective in the council if a vote would be clear for direction to staff, given the splits. As the-
Okay. Yes, so that would be fine. So, well, I would make a motion that we not include the solar for the police department and carport in the budget at this time, with the allocation coming from our reserves, the appropriations coming from our reserves.
So yes vote is a no.
So my motion is no, at this time. Don't put it in the budget with by paying for it out of reserves. That's what my motion is. Is there a second?
I'll second that, yeah.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember,
I'll allow for additional discussion. I'm sorry to them. Is there any discussion? On the motion?
Yeah, again, I just think it's a big mistake. We have an opportunity. I understand, Councilman Holmes, where you're coming from, your experience was with the county and how they did it. But in this, we got a bid back from Energy Pro, and it was for $485,000. And that was for the canopy over the police station, for the police station and a canopy. And they, in their bid, put down that they would apply and be able to recoup another 140. So it cost us $385,000. And we would realize with the courtyard and that, we would be able to realize a fantastic savings because we fall under the opportunity to get maximum savings for solar credits. So if we don't do this, then we won't be able to realize that. And so what I'm proposing and what's on the table is that we don't spend any money, and this opportunity is not going to be there. What Councilman Berlant and I are proposing is that we put $500,000 aside for solar and begin the bid. And if we don't like the bid, that has to come back to us. And it'll show us in the bid whether or not we will realize a savings. We will realize in the future how much our savings will be. If the bids are too high, we don't have to spend the money, but we have allocated the money so that we can do that because we have this 3-year window. And so I think that's basically all that we're asking right now. So with that, can I make another?
No, we have a motion on the table. So we have to vote on the motion that's on the table at this time. Without further, is there any public?
I just would like to say, we have 3 years. So if we don't vote to do it right now, we could vote to do it in 3 months or 6 months or 2 years. It's not like we lose that opportunity. And when we were thinking about losing that opportunity to take advantage of NEM 2.0, we jumped on it and our staff worked and we worked to get it done. We even had special meetings just to get it done. So I don't think any of us will let those opportunities, if we think that they're valuable, slip away. I just think that we don't necessarily have to put it in this budget right now. We have a little bit of time because we do have those 3 years. And yeah, we may miss out on 6 months.
But why delay?
Because we could get it for free.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to call the question. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Amara? Berlant?
No.
Holmes?
Aye.
Riddell Hurst?
Aye.
Mayor Dowden Calvillo?
Aye. Let the record show the motion has been adopted on a 3-2 vote. Thank you very much, council. All right, the next item on the agenda, you wanted to talk about the proposed financial management policies and the proposed American Rescue Plan Act spending plan.
I think that we should carry those over to the next meeting.
Okay, all right.
Considering the time.
Without objection, we will continue those items for the budget at our next special meeting.
We have comment on things that aren't on the agenda?
We will, if you'd like to comment on that,
Can we have a public comment and then
we
continue it?
we can certainly accept a comment, Cheryl, if you'd like to make a comment on that. Please come up and we'll hear that, but we'll just reserve our discussion.
Please do it. You sat through the whole thing. Me too. I'm a meddler. You sit and listen to things that you don't care about. I get it. Anyway, sorry. Cheryl Mackey, good evening. The only thing I really wanted to talk about was the financial management policy, and I don't think you should divide it up like this. I think we pay too much for attorney's fees already, and just putting $150,000 in reserves and adding on, I mean, we paid $500,000 in attorney fees this year. Ridiculous. And I'm sorry I'm having to, I would have asked all these questions of our finance director, but he's he's AOL or AWOL or something. Anyway,
On approved leave.
I really don't think we should put the litigation reserve in there. I just don't, I think that's wrong. All the rest is fine with me. I don't care. I'm not gonna go through all of this, but, I'm really concerned about what we spend on attorney's fees. And I think we need to review that. There's not enough discussion on it. I understand why we're spending so much on it, but is there a better way? No offense, Gary, I love you. But, I just think it's ridiculous for a city this size. We're budgeting $300,000 every year and going over that budget. So, that was my main thing. And the rest of it, I'll talk to Sean about. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, without objection, unless, Mr. City Manager, if there's anything pressing that you need to report, I will go ahead and continue items 23 and 24, which is manager report and council reports. Hearing no objection to that, I'm going to hereby adjourn our meeting. Thank you, everyone. 10:22 PM. Oh, yeah, for the, yeah.